Mic check, mic check. All right, we should be good. We should be good here. Back with audio. Fred Hines with the first super chat of the 2025 season. And Fred says, rocking with Q for another season. Hopefully you have the nuts on standby because we need them. If they become necessary in today's game, we'll bring them out. But the game's about to start. We're mere seconds, minutes away from kickoff here. Fun stuff. I'm excited. Are you excited? We should all be excited. Yep. All right, we're good to go. It's kind of strange to start the season out on Fox, not gonna lie.
Thank you so much, Kevin. You know, Zach Taylor and the Bengals knew they had to switch.
It looks like we're going to see the Bengals offense first, the Browns defense.
They tried to instill a start-fast mentality in everything they did. They went to morning practices that began with high energy, loud music, and a lot of competition. They also played the starters in the previous years. Will it matter? Well, Joe Burrow said we're about to find out. But one thing he wants to
All right. It's about to get down. Are you guys ready? Let's get ready. Someone said first game, let's not overreact. Of course, we will attempt not to overreact. There will be some people overreacting no matter what. And we are off for the 2025 season. It's finally here. Shout out from Arizona to you for another year, Q. From Zachary. Appreciate the super chat, Zach. All right, let's get this Browns defense out here, much improved. And obviously, it's going to get tested against one of the best offenses in the NFL, the Cincinnati Bengals. Joe Burrow was fantastic last year. I mean, 40 touchdowns, not that many interceptions, 5,000 yards passing almost. We'll see what this Browns front can do. Bolstered by Malik Collins in the offseason. They also drafted Mason Graham. It's all new in the middle for the Cleveland Browns here. Sly says the season has begun. Let's go. Absolutely. All right. Looks like you're going to at least play action here. Yep, little play action. They get a little bit off of that, little 10-yard roll off the Fant. One of the things to remember in our research before this game, we noticed that the Bengals, they run the ball only 35% of the time, right? So good job by Isaiah McGuire to read that. Not a great job by Ronnie Hickman. Gets caught up in the mess there, doesn't get to his man. Miles breaking the single-seat game sack record today from Dragon. I can only hope so. Coming out in another run-heavy formation for Cincinnati. And run up the middle, and that's going to be behind the line of scrimmage. And Devin Bush first on the contact there. Now, this is what the Jim Schwartz system wants to do, right? They will give up some runs up the middle. They will get gashed from time to time. What the Jim Schwartz system is all about is getting you behind the sticks on at least one of these sets and then taking advantage of it once you get these guys behind the sticks. It's about negative plays. Another heavy set here for the Bengals out of pistol. This is a strong pistol. Browns, everybody's on the line here. Myles Garrett jumped off sides. Yeah, Myles jumped off sides. Yeah, Myles got knocked off balance there by one of the claps from Joe Burrow. You can see here, he's reacting to the clap. He didn't get back fast enough. It's going to be second and, what, 6? Browns still in a really aggressive front here. The Bengals still in 12. Devin Bush flashes out. So run play. And a good tackle by Rayshawn Jenkins to force a third and short. Remember, Bengals 3rd and short. They don't run the ball here. 66% of the time, they're going to throw here. So just like they did early in the game, if they give you a heavy look here, don't assume this is going to be a run. They're not even trying to sell you in on it. They like to take big shots here on 3rd down. They're going to get it there with the run.
Chase Brown, in his 10 starts last year, averaged just
all right. Someone said, go Browns from Brazil. Big shout out to you. By the way, hit that like button. Make sure you're hitting that like button. All right, Joe Burrow drops back. Screen and nothing there.
This is one of the areas that the tight end position has become big in this offense right here. And you get a guy like Noah Fant, and he kind of takes away the declaration. When you have Mike Gesicki in there, you know that it's going to be a big tendency to pass. Noah Fant give you a little bit more balance and just got to finish that catch. Get that one all the way into the hands.
All right, 2nd and 10. Brown's going to be aggressive here. All right, it's going to be another 3rd and short. All right, they got to be careful here. This is the part of the field in a down that the Bengals love to be aggressive in. They love to take shots here. They think they're going to get a one-on-one look with Chase here, right? Like, they love to be aggressive here. This is where Joe tries to take that shot. Remember, we talked about it. It was 2 fractions of a second, right? On 3rd down, if Joe throws, that's where this game's going to be won or lost. This might be the first time we see that get tested here. Fits it in there over the middle. Brown's going to get pressure fast enough. Had a little bit of time to get back there. Bengals line held up well. Now they're in scoring position. Yeah, their pocket held up well here. And who's that in coverage? I mean, that's fine coverage, I guess. It's not great coverage. Yeah, and they're going to target what 26 is Miles Harden out there in the slot. Oh, there's a flag. Is that holding? If it's holding, that'd be huge. Okay. All right, a little bit of a break there. Bad execution from Cincinnati.
You just don't like that because there has to have been a warning, right? You've already been talked about this. So you're back up, look at the tackle spot. You're going to be back off the ball a little bit, number 71. It kind of takes away a great job by Mitchell Tinsley, wide receiver coming in, getting a look at the pocket, another effective run by the Bengals, but all for naught. First down and 15.
That looked like a false start. At least a hold. All right. They got it back. 2nd down here. It's going to be what, 2nd and 8? Yeah, they're going to give them about 7 on that one, right? Right now, Joe Burrows is too comfortable. If you're Jim Schwartz, Joe Burrow just looks way too comfortable back there. Hasn't been rushed, hasn't been hurried yet. That's not the game plan here, right? Again, Joe Burrow looking comfortable, right? You can't just let him be comfortable back there. They got to disrupt a little bit more. 3rd and short. Yeah, if you're Cincy, you got to be real happy with this first drive.
Leading the charge.
It's happening in the middle of the defense here. Hey, they're getting good push. Touchdown saving tackle by Hickman. Yeah, right now I think the Browns are just too aggressive right now. They're trying to like get downfield. They're trying to be they're trying to play really fast instead of thinking fast. And right now the Bengals are taking advantage of it. The game's slower for them than it is for Cleveland right now. See, overly aggressive there. Overly aggressive, committing too much. It's not a great drive. I mean, not a great set there from your defense to start the season. It's Joe Burrow. It's the Bengals. They're going to score, right? They're going to get a touchdown. They're going to be great on opening drives, stuff like that. But you want to put up more resistance than you did if you're the Browns there. My main thing I don't like about that drive was Joe Burrow was really comfortable, right? No real pressure on him. Not really getting to him. They got away with all kind of holding on that play, but still, you got to be able to fight through it. You know they're not going to call every single hold that happens. So, yeah, you can't let Joe sit comfortable. If you let Joe sit comfortable all game like that, you're going to have a long day.
And a 7-0 Cincinnati Bengals lead. Chase Brown doing some work to start the season. 7 carries, 29 yards.
Bengals on the board first. It's one drive. It's first quarter. Nothing to freak out about. But defensively, I know they're going to go back, look at the iPad on that one, and just recognize how overly excited they are right now, how much they're trying to get downfield, how much they're overcommitting. They want to prove to the world that they're the best defense in the world. You got the whole season to do that. You don't have to do that in one drive here versus the Cincinnati Bengals. They need to calm down a little bit, right? I think they're just overexerting themselves a bit. Bengals trenches are better for real. Yeah, the Bengals are better on the offensive line. They're not that good, though. They shouldn't be able to make Joe that comfortable, right? I think part of that was just bad execution from the Browns as well. But no doubt, they're a better offensive line than they've been in years past. But you got to make them look more uncomfortable than that. There are ways to do it. It's a long game. We've seen the Bengals get out to a hot start. You think they're going to put up 40 points. They put up 14. So we'll see what the rest of the game has in store. But you can't let Joe look that comfortable defensively. We all know that's high on the list of things you are not allowed to do. All right. Let's try to answer back here with some points. Yeah, I know with Joe, even when he was here in 2023, I think he started out a lot of games with 3 and outs. He's a little bit of a slow starter. Hopefully that's not the case today. Even in the preseason, he started a little slow. So we'll see. By the way, we got over 1,000 people in here. Make sure y'all hit that like button. Let me check the likes. Let me see how y'all doing on likes. Do I have to complain about the likes? Let's see where we at. Yeah, we got to get them likes up.
That was one of the big things that Zach Taylor talks about is we've got to stay in the third advantage down in the area, but then we also have the conversions. We have those opportunities.
Okay, good return. About the 33.
See the Fox Sports app.
All right, let's be calm, cool, collected here. Nice run by Sampson. Thank you for helping provide Browns coverage for those of us out the state. From Ronald, appreciate you.
Yeah, and there's some people that talk about this being an older group on the final year of their contracts, except for DeJuan Jones. But I like that. They've been there. They've seen that. And they play well together. That's one of the biggest things. Offensive line is playing off each other.
Hey, late. And Harold Fannin with the first down. The Browns are on the move here. Almost didn't recognize him with the new 44 on his Bowling Green number. Trey versus DeJuan is going to be huge here. I see being very rational about the first drive the season. Of course. Ray Rags with the $5 super chat. Appreciate you. Little screen here to Isaiah Bond, who gets about 5-6 on the play. Good block by Harold. Browns positive on first down. First two sacks. Jerome Ford in the game now. It's going to be about 3rd and 3.
Upstairs with the title of offensive coordinator. Kevin Stefanski's back to call the plays. Yeah, it was a good conversation.
No David Njoku on the field. Are they going mesh rail? No, they're not going mesh rail. You sneak it? I sneak it. I sneak it.
So I know it's 4th and short right here. They went for it more than anybody last season, but I don't agree with this decision.
Big Aid and Huntington from the defensive side to offensive motion.
And first down. Big Rocket got the ball here at the fullback position. He is a big boy here for somebody named Rocket. Good vision here to split the guard and center. Good eyes there by Rocket. Oh, wow. Defensive holding. It's 5 yards. All right, we're close to scoring range here. That's ticky-tack. Good catch by Cedric Tillman. Way to get ahead. Yeah, great catch by Tillman. Way to finish that. Relax, Chad. Even when they were down a top defense 2 years ago, they didn't stop teams on the first drive. They settle in, play better for the rest of the game. Yeah, it's a 4-quarter game, man. You just got to play out the whole thing. We'll see. We'll see. Go, 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 go. Oh, sad. Yeah, he saw it. He saw it. I haven't thrown to David Njoku yet. I have to imagine he gets a target here soon.
Skill sets. There's not one guy that steps forward and one that number 2 wide receivers. And don't forget about those tight ends because they're going to be looking for
Yep. Yep. Oh, it's on the Browns. It's on the Browns. It's OPI. Oh, it's on them. Okay. I thought he pointed at the Jerry Jeudy when the DB asked who was on. All right, first down. Browns in scoring range. 2 long drives to start for both teams. Empty. First empty set. Orbit screen. Nope. Back. Well, David Njoku's first touch of the day. What's the flag on the play? It looks like it's on the Browns. It's on us. It looks like someone's on the block. Were we not behind the line of scrimmage?
Well, guess what? Aaron Rodgers couldn't wait to get this one. Back in MetLife, but this time as a Steeler. Ben Skoranek, who takes it in for 22 yards for the score. Steelers up 7-0 on the Jets. And I would like to welcome Allison Williams officially to the NFL on Fox family. We're so lucky to have you.
All right, gonna have to get a chunk play here. All right, 2nd and 15. Work back at least in the field goal range for 3rd down here.
And I think one of the things you talked about that he got on great, but there's a tendency for the turnover. You can see the conversations that they have with him working through this process. And they can just get good quarterback play. Joe Flacco.
I think they're gonna run here. Nah, check out that box. All right. Yeah, get back to field goal range here. Now you're in field goal range again. And you take a shot here to try to get that first down. it's probably going to be something on the outside. You probably want to go touchdown or nothing. Might have middle field open. Oh. Wow, the Bengals are really just playing some sloppy football here. He had to hold him. If that wasn't a pass interference, Jerry was going to run free for like another 8 yards here. Let's see. They're debating it. It might be picked up. It's a bang-bang play. First down. All right, they're probably going to take this to the break. So they get in a stack here behind Jamari Thrash. Jerry does a great job breaking off this Texas route, which looks like what it is, right? He breaks it off, and yeah, he has the hip early. It's touchy. They've made it clear they're going to be touchy in this game with the officiating. They were real touchy on the pass interference earlier against the Bengals, I think, and then they were touchy 2 times on this drive for the Cleveland Browns here. All right, 16. The clock's not rolling. They're going to have to snap it. Uh-oh. Wildcat play. Hey. All right, that's something that they're going to check back to in the red zone, I would imagine. But they're going to take that to the quarter. All right, both teams open out with very long drives. I assume after this drive from Cleveland, we're going to really see the game settle in a bit. But long drive from Cleveland, heavily aided by Bengals penalties here. So the Bengals not playing the cleanest game here, which is not what they wanted, but that's something that the Bengals do early in the season. Defensively for the Browns, it wasn't a good start. Joe Burrow looked very comfortable back there. Not a lot of pressure. Not the kind of football Jim Schwartz wants to see him play. The good news is that the offense has had the ball forever, so they've had a lot of time on that sideline, more than time than they would have during halftime, by the way, right? Because I know people think you make the adjustments at halftime, but think about it like this. This drive has gone on for about 15 minutes. Halftime, you get about 7 minutes to really do any adjustments. So they've had twice the amount of time as they have in halftime to really get these adjustments in, figure out what went wrong, what kind of techniques winning down low, do we need to put another man in, all this extra stuff. They have that time there. We'll see what they look like once they've made that adjustment. But the Browns definitely in scoring range. They got to take care of the football, not turn it over here, at least get their 3 points out this drive. And that's what you wanted, right? You want the answer with something. Dragon says, am I noticing a lot more pre-snap motion for Kevin? Yeah, this has been new. In the preseason, we saw it week 3 a lot. We saw it week 2 a lot. Basically, anytime he's had a quarterback he trusts running the full offense out there, you see a ton of pre-snap motion. And what I find encouraging about it is that the Browns aren't getting a lot of illegal procedure penalties with the pre-snap motion. Like, they're able to run it crisply, which is a good sign going forward. But yeah, a lot of pre-snap motion. That's the new wrinkle, right? That's the Tommy Rees influence to the Stefanski offense. It's not just base 2020, right? They're doing a lot of new things just in that same style that they've always been good at. We got 1,100 people in chat. If you haven't hit the like button, make sure you do so now. Christian Corley with another super chat. This drive is probably longer than every drive last year. I have to think about that. Probably. All right. 1st and 10, right? After the penalty. 2nd and 7. My bad. Good move by Dylan Sampson and a first down. Oh, my God. What's the flag?
12-yard gain in penalty.
What's the flag? Oh, wow. 15 plus? How you get roughing the passer there if you're Trey? How do you get past roughing the passer there? Oh, yeah, hands to the face. To the face.
Get the frustration, but it's hard.
All right, we got a score here now. Jerome Ford in. That's surprising. I think Dylan's run better. Let's put Sampson in. Oh, push him. All right. We're right there. We're inches. We're close. Make sure Jack's not hurt.
You saw Wyatt Teller, he's on the down block. Linebacker's going to shoot. He's going to come off and pick them. But still enough strength there inside to defend that goal.
6 offensive linemen. Aiden Huntington in the backfield. 6 on one defense.
Oh, wow. They stuffed it. Go for it. Go for it. Yeah, go for it. Yeah, Logan Wilson did a good job there. This is where you miss Quinshawn, man. Quinshawn would definitely be getting the ball right here. And he's in. Rocket Sanders. Who thought that was going to be the first touchdown of the season?
Kevin Stefanski saw rubbing his front. Did someone not declare on the field? Officials are discussing. From a celebration to intense anticipation.
Okay. All right. You know what happened there? Okay. Yeah. He's declaring. They didn't announce it. So DeJuan Jones declares, right? So if you do this, that's why Kevin's rubbing his chest. This is declaring, hey, I'm eligible. He has to tell the referee. He declared. One of the refs saw him. The other referee did not announce it, right? We didn't hear 79 is eligible on the play, which is why there was a flag thrown there by the umpire. So what you saw there was the umpire actually chewing out the line judge because the line judge saw him declare. He never announced it to the umpire or ringed it in. Tie ball game. All right. Well, second quarter's a wash. 2 long drives. Offense, defense going back at it. Rocket Sanders with 3 carries. Don't know if I guessed that one. Don't know if I guessed that one, but we are at our first quarter break. And if you've noticed in the corner, we have the sleeper ad here. So I am sponsored live stream this year by Sleeper. I have my picks in for today. So we're going to look at my picks for today. Bengals and Browns picks. You get a free pick with Sleeper. You got Joe Burrow over a half a passing yard. If he gets over a half passing yard, which we should already have hit on. Harold Fannin, I got an anytime touchdown for Harold Fannin. I got an anytime touchdown for Jamar Chase. And I have over 5 receptions for Jerry Jeudy. Right now, I think Jerry is at 1 reception so far. So we're going to track that throughout the stream. If you want to take advantage of Sleeper, make some picks, go ahead, download the Sleeper app, use the code WORSTTAKE, and you get up to a $100 match. You can get up to a 100% match, up to $100 if you use my promo code WORSTTAKE here. So we're going to keep track of those picks. This is the first quarter break. Now we're back to the stream. I think Dylan Sampson has ran really well the few times he's been out there. I'm very encouraged, right? That was a player I was concerned about because the role for him is just so gigantic given how young he is. But he seems to have handled that role well. I think he's running pretty strong. I think he should be the short yardage guy. Now, keep in mind that drive was aided by a lot of personal fouls. We got to see the defense line up, and then I want to see a cleaner drive from the offense, obviously. But Zachary DeVino had Kevin yelling. It says Kevin was yelling, Joe, did he declare? Yeah, he said he declared. He declared.
To the TV. We have seen it.
All right, so first quarter, 2 possessions. Christian Corley says Sampson is sneaky fast. He's sneaky strong to me. Woo!
Bengals got off to that fast start, but usually it's been a slow start.
All right, defense. Got to get more pressure here. Can't let Joe Burrow be comfortable. And got to calm down a little bit too, right? A little bit too much energy, a little bit too much guessing on that first drive from the defense. My fantasy owners are going to be scrambling for fantasy owners are going to be scrambling for Fannin. Yeah, he's playing a lot right now. All right, you got something to take advantage of here. They're getting a call in late. Yeah, late play clock here. They're going to have to use the timeout. There it is. The Bengals' operation for a team that has played all preseason has not been smooth. They had the 2 illegal procedure penalties on the first drive. You look at the defensive drive, it was just littered with all kind of personal fouls, just unnecessary stuff. Bengals aren't playing disciplined football right now, right? And that's one of the things you need to go your way if you're the Cleveland Browns to win this game is you need to play the more disciplined football game. So that is something that is ticking in Cleveland's favor early on here. Browns look a little bit more disciplined. Why isn't it letting me get to the live on the app? It's so weird. We got somebody who just gifted subs. I'm trying to figure out who gifted the subs. It's not letting me join my live. It's so strange. Let me pull it up right here. Sorry about that. Yeah, we got 50 gifted subs from the man himself. Slide done gifted about 100 subs. Oh, well, not subs. I'm not on Twitch. Members. He done gifted about 100 members this season alone. He is #1 on the gift board membership leaderboards with the bullet. Mr. Sly out here with a gifted membership out here to 50 people. And if you did get gifted a membership and you do want to join one of my online Madden or college football dynasty leagues, make sure you keep your eyes on the member tab, because I'm going to be posting after this game for last minute submissions for those two leagues if you are interested. If you also want to just guarantee you get a spot, not have to hope somebody gives you a sub, you could jump over to the Patreon, join the Dog Check tier, and you could join the Connected Franchise or Dynasty League right now. The Dynasty League has already started a little bit, so you'll be a couple weeks behind. But the Madden League has not started. Well, it's about 1 week in, but we haven't fast forwarded week 1 yet, so there's still a chance to get everything done you need to get done.
Quicker didn't get it.
But first you start with your finger. If that doesn't get the button quicker, then you kind of open it up a little bit. You get the elbow.
The last offensive stat was at 1:12 p.m. Eastern time. For those that don't have their phone or clock, that's 30 minutes between offensive snaps for the Cincinnati Bengals.
They put Miles on the other side here. He's changing the entire play. There we go. All right. So you get the basically, if you're the Browns defense, right? Not the ideal start, but your offense had your back. Now you get to restart the game. You're just playing a 3-quarter game now, right? Everything got offset, scores tied again. Let's get this into first drive again, right? Let's restart it. 2nd and 9 here. A little bit of pressure. That's got to be a false start. Yeah, that's going back 5 yards. It was a false start there by the O-line. That's going back 5. And that's not good for Cincy. That's the guard position they were thin at.
Step in, Patrick and Mike Barton against.
We're still gifting subs. Second procedural penalty by Cincinnati. They're going to take the 3rd and long, though.
Timeout while they tend to Lucas Patrick. 7-7.
It's an injury timeout.
Nationwide, so much more.
So a couple things to keep in mind here, right? The Bengals are definitely playing sloppier than Cleveland is right now. I'm not saying Cleveland's execution has been amazing across the board. They've had their own issues, but the Bengals have really, I think they're up to like 7 penalties right now as a team. I don't even want to imagine. I think they're like at 70 yards of penalties so far. Because I'm thinking college. It's not college. The 2 pass interferences aren't 30 yards. So they've given up a lot of penalties is my point. On the defensive side of the ball, offensively, they've also had a lot of penalties. So there's a lot going on there. Roy Bragg says, what happened to the first drive to the defense I didn't get to see? It wasn't a good drive. They let Joe Burrow get comfortable. You let Joe Burrow get comfortable, he's going to go down the field on you. Yeah, Joe Burrow wasn't pressured on any of his dropbacks. I think the defense just needed to calm down. I think they were trying too hard, to be honest with you, on that first drive. All right, so we're going to be in 3rd and long here. Now, the rule with 3rd down, the first one's always the easiest one to get, right? After you give up that first 3rd down, the harder and harder it is to stop them from getting another. So this first one, that first 3rd and long, it's a golden opportunity. Got to take advantage of it. One more says, I hope they keep Zach Taylor forever. It's fascinating to me that Zach Taylor's job is so safe because I honestly don't think Joe Burrow like has that much confidence in him. Like, I think Joe's like, he's the coach. I respect him as the coach. But like Joe be yelling, Joe be getting pretty spicy with him, right? He be expecting more. Oh, that looks like a bad injury for him. What happened to the drive? Oh yeah, I got that one for Roy. Appreciate the super chat, Roy. All right, this is Myles Garrett time. They're definitely gonna. Oh, can't give him time, man. Can't give him time. And now it's going to be harder and harder to stop him on third down. You can't give Joe Burrow time. Please turn it off, bro. It's over. It's over. All right. Okay. Second and long here. Get him in third and long. Let's knock him back. Let's get a negative play here for the defense. So was that the new vice versa version of the two tight ends following Myles? Myles switched sides and Joe flipped the entire formation play to get away from him? Yeah, that's going to happen. Good coverage by Denzel Ward there. All right, again, you got him in another third and long. You got to get him. You get 2 third and longs to start out your set as a defense. You got to get one of them, man. You got to get one of them. These are your best opportunities to get off the field here. Oh, here comes Myles. A little bit of pressure. Got him. And they're not going to get a field goal off that either, or it's going to be one hell of a field goal to try to get. There we go. That's not going to be a sack. But he just blows by Orlando Brown and then just stops him on third down. It's effective as a sack. It's a 55-yard field goal. Are they going to kick it? No, they're punting. Be careful. That's not going to let it bounce. All right. 25-yard line. Good job, defense. That's see. They get the set they needed, settled in a little bit. All right. That's better. You saw Denzel Ward hold up great against Jamar Chase. Myles get a little pressure. Still want to see more play-to-play pressure from everybody not named Myles Garrett, but settling into the game, much better set by the defense. And again, when you start those defensive drives out and you get those third and longs back to back, you got to get one of them. You don't get that one, they're going to score on that drive when you're playing an offense as prolific as the Cincinnati Bengals. So you can't play around in those moments. You got to take advantage of them. And good job by Myles Garrett understanding that moment of the game, which is what you expect from your big time players, is to understand that moment of the game, understand why this is an important stop, and then execute and get that important stop. That's what you want to see out your big time players. It's 100% what you want to see. Third down stop, blows by Orlando Brown Jr., gets the ball back into your offense's hands, reset the game. Okay, first drive was shit. Let's get this next drive going. Just give it time. Give it time. Here's another thing, right? Because I know a lot of people are worried about the defensive line. the Browns also can play the game of attrition with the Cincinnati Bengals. The Browns have 6, 7 guys that they feel like they can put in at any given moment to rush the passer. The Bengals just lost an offensive lineman, and they're only going to play that one line of offensive linemen. So the Browns are betting that by the time we get to the fourth quarter, your line's going to be more tired than our defensive line, and that's where we're going to, when it's time to close this game, that's where we're going to get a lot of the closing pressure here. So it's a bit of a waiting game sometimes. You know, sometimes you're just hot off the start. You get a million sacks. You take over the game. Cool. Sometimes you got to play that game of attrition. Right now, the Bengals are doing a good job protecting Joe Burrow. It's not just that the defensive line isn't looking amazing. They got to go through some professionals too. The Bengals offensive line is holding up pretty well, but the Browns are betting, hey, we're deeper than you. We're going to be able to rotate guys. Miles isn't playing every snap. So by the time we get to the fourth quarter, we think your guy's going to be more tired than our guys. It's why you call it a 4-quarter game, right? Not everything's to win the first quarter. Are they doing the quarterback thing? They doing the quarterback thing? They love the quarterback thing. All right. I mean, I thought that was going to be negative yards for sure, so I'm happy Dylan just got 2 there.
It comes down to just wanting to do it. He said, when you retire at 30, you get to a point mentally where you don't want to do it anymore. He said, it's nice every once in a while to remind myself that I'm in a pretty good position to play in the best league in the world, because I kind of like to do that to keep myself fresh.
I love this perspective of a lot of times it's not physical.
All right, 2nd and 8.
That gets you. And wants to be able to stay healthy, but has been able to erase the mental approach to this game. He's not fatigued and he's fresh.
Clean pocket. The classic Joe Flacco sack avoid. Why is Cornelius Lucas in the game? Jack Conklin hurt? Is Jack Conklin hurt? Jack is in the locker room after a trip to the medical tent. They had it too. What happened to the ball? Oh, Joseph Asai got a hand on it. Good job by him. Yeah, great reflexes. Oh no, it wasn't Osai. It was 55. Was that Logan Wilson? That's a hell of a job by Logan Wilson, because that shit was gonna go for like 30. That shit was gonna go for 30. Great punt. Not great punt. I don't think the coverage held up there. I think he might have outkicked his coverage a little bit. So now you're giving Joe Burrow the ball, what, the 45? Don't feel great about that. All right, so both offenses, after a hot start, cooled down a little bit. See what the defenses can do. See if the Browns defense can get them out this little tough spot here. Game is starting to settle in after that early excitement.
No one is more secure than pizza.
Why no attempts past 3 yards downfield? It's not there. the Bengals aren't letting him get it, right? You can see he's looking downfield, trying to find something in the intermediate. The Bengals are taking that away, forcing him to his check down. They're doing a good job holding up in coverage. That's probably what's going on. I don't have the all 22 copy, so I can't tell for sure, but it's not like it's quick game stuff where he's like dropping to his back foot, throwing the stick immediately. I think he's looking downfield. Maybe he's not super confident in what he's seeing. You know, maybe he's just trying to work his way back to game speed, and that's why he's not pulling the trigger, but he's working his way back to check downs. That's why all the throws have been behind the line of scrimmage, not because they're like the first read is the check down. You feel me? Like, it's not that. Good old nervousness. Hey, man, bad secondaries sometimes have good games. It's the NFL. Good job. Good job chasing that. Good job chasing that. You climb upfield. Linebackers did a good job just sitting behind it.
Six-year vet seat action here for the Bengals.
81 starts for Rising. One of the reasons they went out and got it was they thought they had an efficiency of the guard spot. They started 8 games at right guard. He was career. 12 of those though were last year with Minnesota. 7 and 7.
Yeah, you don't want to give Joe the ball at the 40 just because of that right there. Now they're in scoring range. One play. I mean, it's his own look. It's curl. It's his own beater, right?
I think my chances with Chase Brown. I think it's like a good decision. I just think it's sensible. The triple count from the winner of your coach march.
Probably 31 first down and 10. To Chase Brown.
All right, 2nd and 5.
Yeah, watch the move at the line of scrimmage. And for a guy that hits the line of scrimmage very quickly, position and get away from Mason Graham, who Jim Schwartz, raved about him. Just his transition from how he played at Michigan and what they asked him to do there to what he's doing now in his defense. He's got him dead right.
Forcing a field goal here would be huge. Good job by McGuire. Great job by McGuire. All right, 3rd and 2. Now, they've already run here in that 3rd and short. Remember, they like to be aggressive on 3rd down. So don't assume this is going to be a run here. This is probably going to be a pass. There you go. Way more pressure there. Got to get him the first time. Got to get him the first time. That would have been a huge stop. Yeah, Malik Collins got to finish that play. Got to at least grab him, right? Like, got to get some paw on him. Don't let him roll outside. His hand was very high. It was probably a face mask. They called a flag? No. Greg didn't look back. You can't just work Jamar like that, man.
The other side with Denzel Ward, and the difference.
Yeah. You see what happened there? He looked back late, but he went shoulders. He went to grab the shoulders. Once you do that, it's a penalty.
Never really it's just a different style. Right? That's the lead with his feet and getting in the right position. And when you do that, a lot of times that's where the penalty comes from.
Yeah, you can't do that. This is not the position you want to be in. No Miles on the field. You're going to rely on your coverage guys. They're going to get him moving. And he's got it. Nope. Good defense, Ronnie. Look, in this set here, they're going to run the ball just one time. So, third down, fourth down, maybe they run it here. But they're going to test your secondary in this spot. I mean, T. Higgins was wide open. That's really close. They say it's short. Well, I mean, both they're going to go for it. So this is 2 downs here to stop 3 inches. Got to do better at punt coverage. Can't give him the ball at the 40, man. They sold out on a run there. I don't get it. We know the Bengals are going to throw that ball. Like in a 4-down set, they're going to run that ball in goal line one time. They gave you the one run. They were going back to the pass. Sold out there on the run. Yeah. Diabite just sells out on the run there. You got to know the tendency of the team you're playing, man. You got to know the tendency. I get the situation, but even in those situations, 3rd and short, 4th and short, the Bengals throw the ball about 67% of the time. Yeah, you got to know the tendency there, right? They're going to throw that ball more often than not. You got to wait for it, You can't just sell out there. All right, 14-7. Let's see if the offense can get points here before halftime. It's been a quick game. We're almost at halftime here. It's only 2 o'clock. Let's check out some scores around the league. You can actually check this with the Sleeper app. So the Buccaneers up 10-7. Mid-4th quarter on the Falcons. The Dolphins are down 17-0 to the Colts. Colts beating that ass right now. The Panthers down 3-10 to the Jaguars. The Raiders tied 7-7 with the Patriots. Cardinals Saints tied at 10. And Steelers Jets. Steelers took an early lead. The Jets are up 19-10 on Pittsburgh right now, with 2 minutes left in the second quarter. And then Giants Commanders, 7-3 Commanders in that one. So those are the scores around the league.
Receive a live action.
can see the Chase. I really think it was the outside linebacker they're trying to sell out.
Yeah, you can't sell out there, Diabite. Browns look young. They look young on that drive. Gotta know the tendency. Want to see cleaner execution from the offense here. Right now, you got to get Jerry Jeudy involved. You got to get this intermediate passing game more involved here if you're Joe Flacco. Got to settle in. It's going to return it. Ooh, is DeAndre Baker help? That was a dart by Bake.
The Toys Baker Mayfield has put up the offense this year. Good.
Yes, football season is here. I've seen the fire. Kevin comments already. You know it's their fault, not the players give up their responsibilities. Oh, it was there. It was there. Joe didn't put enough on it. I think Joe was trying to take something off of it for whatever reason.
It's one of those new things that everybody's talking about. Last 4 minutes in the first half, the first 4 minutes.
Yeah, it's there.
Being able to use that effectively. When you do get
He's just got to drive that one a little bit more.
To kick the field goal and get that football back again.
Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Big play by David here. Got to get the juices going. Because that's why David Njoku's so special, man. He does that out of stick. Like, that's just supposed to be, all right, take 5 here. Let's take what the defense give you. But he's so big and powerful that he can turn that into a big play. Yeah, Sampson's never down on that first contact. But they keyed in on that pretty well.
Yeah, you mentioned their veteran Jack Conklin is out right now. He has an eye injury. They're saying he is questionable to return.
That's new. Eye injury.
With Cleveland, this is also a vet in his 11th season, but his first in Cleveland.
Good job. Great job by Jerry Jeudy. Sam Madison, thank you for the super chat. Oh, Sam Madden, my bad. Thank you for the super chat. Way to fill out the zone and have great eyes there, Jerry.
Play that soft zone and give Jerry Jeudy that much area to kind of settle down and get home. That's going to be easy for a catch.
Jerry Jeudy gets on the board here. Right, 2nd and 10.
Was really excited about this defense.
Yeah, they've got a lot of guys on the defensive side of the ball. We're starting to see the athleticism show up. He's one of those guys, you know, he's just got to relax and play, right? Even Coach Golden told us that. You he really beats himself up when he has a mistake. You're going to make mistakes out here, especially as a young guy, a young player in the NFL. Just relax and keep going from step to step.
Second down, Flacco out of the backfield. Samson on the sideline.
All right, it's going to be third and short.
First down. Demetrius Knight on the tackle. Take us to the 2-minute.
All right, 2-minute warning. The Browns driving. They're in scoring range. So hopefully they continue to respond to that touchdown drive from the Bengals. So far, it's been an offensive battle today. Who would have thought? Go Penguins. Halftime analysis of Cam Mitchell. He hasn't really been the problem. I haven't really noticed him at time. Right now, the issue with the defense, they're not getting a lot of pressure here. I think what Jim is doing is he's betting on the attrition here, right? He wants to use all his bodies, so he's betting on the Bengals getting tired. The problem is that the game's not flowing the way for him, which is to say each team's getting like 30 minutes in between possessions to rest. So if you're trying to play that war of attrition style, it's not going to be as effective because the line's going to be pretty fresh once they're out there. I think he just needs to go to that number one unit more. I think we've seen too many shifts of that defensive line. When I say shifts, I mean secondary players, other guys coming in too many times where there's no Miles, there's no Mason Graham, right? There's none of your heavy hitters on that defensive line out there. We're seeing too many shifts there. So I think just play your best players, have Miles out there a little bit more. I get what they were trying to do early is utilize their depth, wear out the Cincinnati Bengals. But the way that this game is flowing, long drives on offense for both teams, just rely on your starting unit more. Just put your best guys out there more instead of try to save them. You know, there should be no reason why Myles Garrett's out there in the goal line set, right? But that's what happened last drive. Whew. Where they got this ball? Browns back with the sneak. First down. Fresh set of downs.
Joe Flacco today. He's been very patient with his decisions. He understands, what happened over the last season. The amount of turnovers, the mistakes, the self-inflicted wounds. He's been a very patient quarterback today, taking what the defense is allowing him.
So motion on first down. And the draw play, Sampson to the 30-yard line, down to the 20.
I'm telling you, that Sampson don't go down easy, man. And that was in his Tennessee tape. For a guy who's not 6'2", 230 pounds, he does not go out easy.
You're in a good position for absolutely. Don't do anything. Don't take that negative play right now. And that's one of the things we've seen from Joe Flacco through this first half. It's good, quick decisions and not forcing.
That's where they want Joe Burrow on the sideline to his elbow. Second and 7. Flacco to the sideline. So trying to turn it up. Good leadership. Eagle around it next. He'll win a nice tackle. Inbounds. And Cleveland will use their first.
We got to use timeout now. With 3rd and 5.
Next Sunday, we have a Fox NFL doubleheader. The Giants take on the Cowboys and an NFC.
Yeah, let's try to hit the middle of the field now.
It's game of the week. St. Paul Park. Jalen Hurts, defending champion Eagles. They got Patrick Mahomes, Travis Kelce, and the Chiefs in a Super Bowl rematch. Coverage begins with a special 2-hour edition of Fox NFL Sunday live from Kansas City. Lights up the Power and Light District, 11 a.m. Eastern on Fox. The checklist for the Eagles, last NFC team to win consecutive Super Bowls, 92-93 Cowboys. Last team to win consecutive NFC East titles, 2001 to 2004 Eagles, all 10 and 71 division back-to-back. Eagles and Chiefs next Sunday.
We're going to talk about slow starts here in our game. Could the Kansas City Chiefs get out to a 0-2 start?
Isaiah Bond out there. Yeah, just kick the field goal. Yeah, don't take the sack, right? All right, Schmidt. Let's see what you got, Mr. Schmidt.
This is his first career NFL field goal attempt.
He went toe-to-toe with Jake Bates, our UFL Kicker of the Year 2 years ago.
Not a lot of win here. There we go. All right, cool. Nice. Kicker did his job. 14-10, you answered with some points in a 4-minute situation. So you're not leaving those points unanswered. Remember, the Bengals got the ball to start. So the Browns get the ball to start the second half. So as long as they don't give up a touchdown or field goal here in 23 seconds, which possible, it's Joe Burrow and the Bengals, 23 seconds, 2 timeouts. So as long as the defense does their job, gets off the field here, you end in a positive situation potentially where you can get the ball with the chance to take the lead there. And I think really with Joe, I think he's been more afraid of making a mistake than you would want him to be. Again, you don't want him to throw a giant pick six here or something like that, but you still want him to be Joe Flacco, right?
Do both these two? Yeah. We talked to Kevin Stefanski about the decision with Dustin Hopkins, and he raved about Dustin Hopkins, one of the greatest people that he's ever met, and really the relationship between Andre Smith and Dustin Hopkins when they were competing for that job. He spoke very highly of him. So happy for Andre Smith on that job.
Oh, here comes Huntington. Big man. Here he came, and here he blows. Aiden Huntington put the shoulder in his jaw. That was Aiden Huntington, number 98 now. Number 98 now. All right, 2nd and 2 here.
Can you get 2 plays to get you enough yardage to allow Evan McPherson to attempt that field goal?
Will benefit one timeout to play with at least. It's still ways to go. 2nd down and 2. Burrow with time. Steps away from late pressure. Burrow on the run. Running down. Burrow.
Oh, that's huge. Yeah, it's going to send him to halftime. Great job, Isaiah. That's great. All right, we're at halftime. Browns get the ball to start the half. Remember, the Bengals started the game with the ball, got that opening drive touchdown. So getting that field goal there at the end of the half, huge for the Cleveland Browns there, right? You needed to get some kind of points. So Fox, let me ask you, what the hell do the Eagles have to do with the Browns versus Bengals game that's currently happening? Can we not just say the game next week without doing a thing about them? I didn't catch. I don't know what you're. I didn't catch it. I didn't catch what happened in the broadcast. I didn't catch what happened. Let's go check some scores around the league. Then we'll check back in on the picks that I made earlier this week. See if they're holding up for this game. If we're looking at scores around the league, and I'm doing this on the Sleeper app. Buccaneers and Falcons still 10-7. Nope, 10-10. Falcons tied it up. Bengals and Browns 14-10. We just saw that one. Colts are up 20-0 on the Miami Dolphins. Wow. And the Jacksonville Jaguars 10-3 on the Panthers. And the Patriots have a 3-point lead on the Raiders going into halftime. The Cardinals 17-10. Saints are losing that one. And the Jets are up 19-17, but the Steelers just scored another touchdown here. And then the Commanders up 14-3 on, was it the Giants? Yeah, the Giants are playing the Giants. Yeah, what happened here? Stats. Yeah, Aaron Rodgers, 2 touchdowns so far, 11 of 14. He looks pretty good, at least statistically. But the Jets are driving downfield right now. They're about midfield. We look at fantasy football stuff. Let me see how my guys are doing in fantasy football. Kyler Murray playing well. Marvin Harrison hooping right now with the touchdown, 57 yards. Hopefully he has a breakout. And Travis Hunter, 4 receptions for 22 yards right now. So getting utilized a lot, not a lot of efficiency there. All right. All right. All right. So let's check in with our picks. Remember, I made these picks earlier this week. Joe Burrow, that pick's already hit. He's thrown over a half a passing yard. And by the way, if you want to make picks, make sure you use the Sleeper app. Use promo code WORSTTAKE. Get a 100% match up to $100 when you join with my promo code here. So Joe Burrow, that pick hit. That was the gimme they gave me, half a passing yard over that. Well, more than that. Harold Fannin, anytime touchdown, has not happened yet. Jamar Chase, anytime touchdown, has not happened yet. Jerry Jeudy, over 4.5 receptions. Right now, he's at 1. We'll see if he is a big second half here. But so far, we're looking pretty dicey right now with the picks. We're looking pretty dicey. But if you want to make sure that you can join Sleeper, make these picks, join in on the fun, use promo code WORSTTAKE on the Sleeper app, get a 100% match up to $100 when you join and make your picks here. So check that out. Also, real quick, I'm gonna give you guys. Yeah, that should be good. Yeah, Daniel Jones is cooking. Somebody said. Yeah, so far, first half analysis for the Browns. I think it's very simple, right? Offense has looked like what we expected the offense to be, right? It's that grinded out, slow style, long drive Kevin Stefanski offense. I think the issue right now with the Browns and why they're down in this game, the defense is just not getting the pressure they need to get. If Joe Burrow looks comfortable back there, if Joe Burrow gets time, he's going to kill you, right? Right now, we talked about it before the game, the big battle, 3rd down, those extra 2 fractions of a second. The Bengals are winning that battle right now with the Browns. The Browns aren't winning that battle. So the Browns have to get more pressure on Joe, make him look a little bit more uncomfortable. Right now, I think they only got the 1 sack on him. So, yeah, I think that's the big thing right there. Get more pressure on Joe. Make him look less comfortable. Don't let him get comfortable, right? Because once he gets comfortable, it's trouble. So we'll see what happens there. If you're the Browns offense, I think Dylan Sampson has looked really good in this game. Well, not really good. He's looked fine in this game. I think I've liked how he's looked. And I think Joe Flacco has been, the veteran quarterback that you've been asking for right now. Someone said Baker going to be winning a championship this year. Sure. Yeah, I'm sure the Tampa Bay Buccaneers might win a championship. Maybe. Who knows? I doubt it. All right. Stop trying to put Browns fans against Baker Mayfield. Like, I get it after the trade, but like, can you let Browns fans enjoy him too? Like, he's not on the team anymore, but we don't got to be at fucking war over this shit anymore. It's stupid. All right, I'll be right back. I'm going to get me a glass of water and maybe bring out what y'all been asking me to bring out this whole time. All right, we are back. We'll see if they're close to back from halftime yet. Let's look at some of the stats for this game so far. Joe Burrow, 11 of 14, 88 yards, 1 touchdown. Joe Flacco, pretty much matching him with production, right? 11 to 15, 87 yards. Run game wise, the Bengals got 12 carries, so they've been running the ball more than you would expect them to. 43 yards for Chase Brown. What is that? What kind of average is that? Because it's not a great average. It's about 3.5 yards a carry, 3.6 yards a carry. So defensively, they're slowing down Chase Brown. He's not really killing them. And Jamar Chase, only 2 receptions, 26 yards. I'd expect them to go back to him more often here. They went to the run game a lot. I think they're really going to try to start attacking that intermediate part of the field. The Browns aren't really getting that much pressure, so if they see man, I think they want to hold that a little bit to try to attack it. What adjustments need to stop the run? 94 is bad. I don't get where people are getting that from. I mean, again, the Bengals are averaging only, 3.5 a carry on the run? It might feel worse than it actually is. It's really not that much production. Yeah, they're not really killing you on the ground. 14 rushing attempts, 46 yards. We do the quick math on that. It's not what everybody thinks it is. Yeah, it's not very, they're not really killing you on the ground there. Yeah, they're only getting like 3.2 yards a carry here. So they're not really killing you on the ground. You're at a pretty good number there. It's more about closing on third down, really. They're just not getting pressure. I think the 11 of 14 for Joe Burrow is the bigger problem than the 3.2 yards you're giving up on the ground every carry. That's not really a big problem. Yeah. Noah Fant, three receptions, 21 yards. Yeah, it's the pressure that I think is the issue here. But the Browns about to get the ball back.
Chance to get back on the field. To the touchdown.
Got it to 30-something. So don't look like Jack Conklin's coming back in the game.
In just a moment, balance seemed to be the order of the day. I don't know if you would have said that last year, but you weren't the 2 most pass-heavy offenses in the National Football League.
Yeah, almost right down the middle.
Chase Brown is 12 for 43, which is 3.6 yards per carry. That's not good. We're doing all right. Yeah. I think people are overreacting to the run game stuff. Again, Dylan never goes down on that first tackle, man. That first guy never gets him.
Taylor likes what he's seen so far. He said we were sticky in coverage. They got us on some penalties early, but overall, really pleased with how they played. He said, though, it's time to take the next step, get some hands on the ball, and create a turnover to give our offense that short field.
Second down and 3. Second down, Samson.
Yeah, they did a great job. Joe didn't get the push he wanted there. No, that was Slayton. 3rd and 3. All right. It's time to bring the nuts out. 3rd and 3. This is a big one right here.
Committed to doing that and staying in that third advantage.
Manageable for Flacco. Steps to his right.
Got it. Big play, feigning. The nuts. Let's go.
The great thing that Harold's does on this play is he has
I mean, Harold's basically playing slot.
Joe Flacco, eye contact right there. He sees him start to sprint out to the
Great scramble drill.
follows him right out there.
Big chunk play there.
And again, you've got to be able to help.
Good job by Jerome Ford protecting.
Ford in that pass protection. It forces Joe out to the right, but that's where that route was designed to go. So just a good ad-lib on there by quarterback.
Flacco, short, it's faded again.
He gets loose. Oh, puts the shoulder down. What's It's bad. Come on, Dewan.
Jones with the hole.
Trey Murphy.
Defending outside against Miles Murphy.
What?
Logan Wilson dinged up. As
They must have missed it.
will step aside.
We're here. Progressive's accident response detected neck.
What was the hole? Am I tripping? I ain't see it. I ain't see it. All right. It's a tough place to get a holding call there. That's a tough way to get one, too. It wasn't even like a egregious hold. I didn't even see it. Get a holding call there is pretty brutal. I'm not going to lie. It's just right in that no man's zone, you know? Like you're not in 4-down territory. You're not really in a great position to punt it. You just got to dig out of that. That sucks. Like truly. You just got to dig out of that.
He came in, charred helmet to helmet with Harold Fitman Jr. He is in the blue medical tent right now. Harold Carter looking for Wilson all the way. Flacco.
Here we go. Oh, welcome to the league, Barrett Carter. Just get stiff-armed. Welcome to the NFL here. Look at this slow motion. Yeah, they're a little bit bigger out here in the NFL.
Good job getting him down to the ground. He is tough.
2nd and 8. I mean, there's no flag on that. How is there not a flag on that? I got to see that again.
Yeah, I think that this is going to be kind of even on both sides of the ball.
Outside release.
This is
I don't know. That feels like restricting, but okay. Where are we at? What part of the field are we at?
Possession.
Yeah, see, you're in that ugly part. They're probably going to go something behind the sticks here to try to get it. Hey, 5-5-5 hot. Let's take it. Good catch by Cedric Tillman. That was big. That was big. Using the middle of the field finally. It's been underutilized all game. They got a trip set here. That's an in. Just gets it there on time. Good drive. And it takes the hit. And that comes with the hit, right? Over the middle comes with damage. And it's a big throw there that gets him in field goal range. Boy, they would love a chunk play on the ground. Not going to get it here. Are they? Nope.
Joseph Osai, no gain on the play. But Osai made sure he couldn't turn the corner, go around that left edge.
And not really bringing pressure or to that degree, but what we're seeing now is a little bit of what Al Golden.
Yeah, Cedric Tillman, after a great catch there, gets his ass beat by a edge rusher. Tough assignment. Tough assignment for Ced. Yeah, tough assignment, man. I can't really blame Ced for getting beat there. Here's called timeout.
Up 5. And the big question with that Bengals defense was what they were going to be, because we didn't know what we saw from them in the preseason. And Al Holton, that was one of the toughest things. They prep all week against their offense. And then he said, we kind of had to shield it during the preseason games because they deliberately didn't want to show their hand at all in the preseason.
No joint practices either. So nobody really knew exactly what they were going to be because they did all their install and really dug into the details at practice.
15. Flacco steps up, throws that potential.
Great catch by Sampson. My goodness. What a play by Dylan Sampson here. Did he catch that? No, that shit was on the ground. Yeah, catches it clean, stays up. And again, man, how many times am I going to say this? The first guy never gets Sampson down. It was a trade that I didn't know if it was going to pass on to the NFL when you saw it in Tennessee, because he's not the biggest guy in the world, but it's standing up right now. That first guy is just never getting him. Got to get off.
2 for 2 on this drive on 3rd down. Flacco swinging. Sampson has the edge. He's got the first down. Toss to the turn at the 16.
There you go.
First down.
Hey.
So you have this one come out here. Here's something else to watch. Really good job here. 71 on the block. Kind of gets him the corner.
Good job in space, Corn. Good job, Corn. Boy, Dylan Sampson really proving his worth in this drive.
Sampson catches with a high degree of difficulty. 3 tight ends now on 1st down and 10.
Get set. Oh, he had him.
Steps to his right.
Oh, he should have pulled the trigger. He had feigning on a double move.
With the pressure. 2nd 10.
Hey, I know he feels that.
That's what you don't want to see. And to credit to this Browns offense for being able to do that during the course of the game and really forcing that offense, to the value of every possession in this game. And we saw that in the first quarter when each team had one, was going to be one of the keys. You've got to maximize your possession every time you have the ball, because there's not going to be a lot of them here this afternoon.
Fraction motion. Sampson.
Dylan Sampson, little bit of space here. Still on his feet, Dylan Sampson. And a 3rd and short. So I think Dylan Sampson's going to be a fan favorite in Cleveland. He is quickly making himself a fan favorite. If Wilson is out, attack the linebackers even more. That's what they're doing. Notice who's been getting the ball, right? It's been linebackers and tight ends this entire drive in the middle of the field. They're attacking those linebackers a lot.
Nice catch and snap.
Good poise, Joe.
Every single consonant position. It's now 18. It's probably patient. 12 point this drive. Third down and 3. Toss.
Got it.
Sampson. Blocker in front. Gets the edge. First and goal at the 5. Very
Yeah, this Dylan Sampson kid's good. I have my doubts about how ready he'd be week 1. He's ready. I mean, again, just falling forward, never really going down on that first contact. He's been critical in this drive.
First down and goal. Sampson getting the breather. He's carried the mail on this drive. Flacco. Over the middle.
Got him! Touchdown! City T. Hey, we talked about it. I thought people were out on Cedric Tillman way too early. He was really productive for this team last year. When he actually got targeted, Cedric Tillman comes back. He had a big play in this drive, right? The over the middle dig, well, not dig, in, that got that first down for him. And then you see him again on this same route. Great exchange here. Gets the opening you want. Joe Flacco sees it, throws it to the window. Anticipation. And touchdown right to the post. Give me 1 second, y'all. We are never going to go a year without the kicker missing a goddamn extra point in the first game, are we? Dragon says we're going 12-5 Super Bowl. I've seen enough. Hey, man, Dylan Sampson, pretty good at football. Pretty good at football. Two tight ends cooking, a running back who never goes down. Yeah, this is Kevin's 1992 offense. All right, that was a big drive there, right? We talked about that going into half. They were going to get that possession. You got to make use of it. Great job coming out, making use of it. Would love to get the extra point, kicker. Would love to get it, but we didn't get it. All right, if Judkins can play, we might have something amazing brewing for a long time here with this running back room. Yeah, and I think Judkins can play. You know what I mean? So we'll see what Judkins looks like once he gets here. But you got to give credit to Dylan Sampson, man. We haven't missed him. We have not missed Judkins that much today. Rocket Sanders, too. He got the touchdown early on. By the way, whoever guessed Rocket Sanders' first touchdown of the season, all right. Hey, Q, if Q, what we think we might have something offensively, I think we are getting what we promised. We were promised. Defensively, we got to get more out of these guys defensively. You know, I'm disappointed defensively so far. Now, first time out of halftime, Let's see him get some pressure. Let's see this defense live up to the billing, right? Because this defense is supposed to be elite. I guess the plan is to have Sampson be the playmaker and Judkins be the battering ram. I would think so. It's the same plan, by the way, that Ohio State used, where Judkins was the battering ram, right? Short yardage, end zone stuff. You get the ball to Judkins. And then Travion got to make the plays. So, yeah, I think that's going to be kind of what they're thinking about doing here. Yeah, Dylan looks good, man.
So they started the 20-yard line of Joe Burrow.
Good job by Schmidt kicking that the kickoff there. He got the Bengals pushed back to the 20. Just got to make the extra point, man.
In the second half, able to pull 9 points off those 2 possessions for that mid-late time score.
From the 20-yard line on play action. Burrow
Too much time.
catch made by Bill Fans. Makes his way to the 25. Even 5 on first down. And it'll bring up second down and 5. They drive though so much chase around all the ground. Start this one with a pass. We'll see where they go here. But it's more balanced attack for the Bengals.
Yeah, I think you got to get back to what you do best. We heard that from both of these teams. Listen, it's week 1. It's going to be kind of what we do best against what we expect the opponent to do, because there's so many unknowns, especially for Cleveland on their side. But it's time for Joe Burrow, this offense, to start hitting their.
All right, they got a double mug look. Well, no, not a mug, not a mug. Good rush by Wright and good cleanup by the interior there. All right, 3rd and short. Get him off the field here. Get him off the field here. They saw something they like. We're going to have to call timeout. Somebody's going to call timeout. Oh. Good job, Greg. Completely knocked that thing out by accident, but good job, Greg. Yeah. Box of, big 3 and out there. Good technique by Greg, forcing him outside, getting the long arm in there, looking for the ball, and then finding it. Yeah, good job there. That's actually good technique by Greg. Now, look, that's 2 times they've done it, by the way. The Bengals have just told you one of their big cards today. Anytime they see Greg Newsom and Jamar Chase lined up on each other, they're taking that matchup. So it's something to keep in mind if you're Jim Schwartz. The return. Yeah, way to flip the field, returner. All right. But, yeah, that's the second time they've done that. Greg's hand right in the right place at the right time there. You still want him to look back and actually track the football, but that's good. That's good there. Love that he had his hands up. But they've let you know, and I don't think this is going to discourage them, right? They've let you know. Anytime they get Greg Newsom on Jamar, they're taking that matchup. That's one of their tells. We knew that was probably going to be the case coming in, but that's what they're telling us right now. They're going to try to get Jamar Chase on Greg Newsom. And if they get that matchup, if you're an edge rusher, if you're Mason Graham, if you're Malik Collins, if you're Isaiah McGuire, that's your chance to try to get a big play there, because he's going to look for he's going to look for Jamar there. That ain't a coincidence. Good job by New. G New out there balling. Good job, New. That's the toughest ball in football to work, right? That back shoulder. All right. About to get back on. This is a big drive here for the Browns, right? Get some separation here, right? You get a long touchdown drive here. You're going to make the Bengals start to press. You're going to take them completely out their game plan. Now, again, it's the Bengals. They can come back from any deficit. So don't think you're safe just because you have a lead here, right? Or even if you score on this drive. You don't have – it's not safe. The Bengals are going to be able to attack any cushion they get. But make them get out of their game plan right now. Make them allow Joe Burrow to be in these situations where he can be uncomfortable, in the hope that Myles Garrett can win those situations. Got to get rid of it.
B.J. Hill and Trey Hendrickson collapsing that pocket to get the Flacco loss of 6.
Just waiting for him to make a play. You've got to have your guys step up at that time. And Trey Hendrickson is the one.
Oh, man. Slippery turf cost him that. The turf got Joe Flacco, and if you look down the field, it also got Jerry Jeudy, who was going to be wide open coming out of his break.
Today, second long. Flacco pressure again. Able to somehow get away. The pass deflected.
Wow. That didn't hit the ground? There's no way that didn't hit the ground.
To set the Bengals up in political territory.
That didn't hit the ground? I mean, that is the most bad luck interception of all time if it stands. My God. Let's look here. I mean, he avoids that. It's not the best ball. Wow. It just ricocheted. Oh, my goodness. Wow. It's low and away. It's literally a safe ball there. It's low and away. Jerry just can't get his hands on it. It's unfortunate. All right, defense got to hold him to a field goal here.
He's situated in the pocket. He had to do that because of the Osai rush there. Now, the interceptions are hard one to really get all on. Flacco took a great bounce for Cincinnati and an acrobatic play.
Love the content, Q. Thank you, Jacob.
Sizing up that play.
All right, so at least they don't get the ball.
So they check the spot. They say he was down to 34.
At least you get a chance to hold him to a long field goal here.
Great effort by Jerry Jeudy right there. A little bit of contact there as he comes through, making the interception.
Able to get with that toe as he was on the ground. First down and 10 from the 30.
Well, we got Devin Bush out here in coverage.
And the Bengals. Can they take advantage of the biggest hit today?
Hey, they're going to go Jamar Chase here.
Chase.
There you go. Good defense. Great job by DeAndre Baker. Oh, not DeAndre Baker. By Jerome Baker there. Way to play the backside of that play. It's funny, they're attacking the one thing Greg is really good at, his long speed. Make him run the drag and he's cooked. And don't talk too loud, dog. We don't need them to figure that out right now. Third and long. This is huge here. You got to get this.
Boy, that can turn into an interception so quickly. So Joe Burrow really lucky right there that he didn't get the ball right back to the
All right, defense. Come through in a big spot here, defense.
Higgins, first down. Ward out there in coverage.
Hey, Burrow just got that shit off, man. He got the pressure. He gets hit as he throws. Got that shit off.
We'll show you the catch on the outside. But
Also, got to give credit to Higgins on the route. It's a good route.
I mean, he stands in there and throws that. Watch that.
Denzel's the most scary guy to go up against in that out route. He ran a good one. He ran a good one. That would have been huge if you could have got it.
First down and 10. Bengals trying to catch in on the interception. Chase pushing out of the backfield. This is Chase Brown. Brown behind the blocker and down to the 17-yard line. 6-yard pickup out of the backfield. Show me this block going to get from Joe Burrow.
Yeah, you can see right here. It's going to be a pocket, but here comes your loop around. It's Carson Schwarzenegger right there.
Miles is there.
He's going to take it down low, but he's got his eyes strictly downfield on T. Higgins. And how many times do we see quarterbacks get with that one-foot leg, and you're standing in that pocket, making that throw, and you get hit low? So that's a great job by Joe Burrow right there.
Second and 4. Gotta go. Play clock under 5. Burrow gets the shotgun snap. In front on the snap. It's a try.
Good defense there. All right, third down. Forcing a field goal here be huge.
The intended target. That's third down.
Yeah, if I look outside,
Oh, Shelby almost got a hand on that, too. It's a good play by Denzel Ward. Gets away with a little bit of a grab there, too. Good tackle. Carson Schlesinger. Big play by Swess right there. I mean, he knocked the ball out and he knocked them short. Look at this heat-seeking missile. Number 49. Just identify the slant and kill him. Woo!
when somebody just hit a baseball, sometimes it just sounds
Are they going for this? No. Where's Miles? All right, Miles ain't jumping. It's in. All right.
Is that this extra point for the Cleveland Browns? Cincinnati gets the interception.
Hey, man, interception on your own side of the field, that could have been way worse than giving up a field goal there. Defense did its job. Defense did its job. They were going to have to give up a field goal here. We know McPherson has a leg. Even if you stop them at the 40, at the 35, we're still talking about what? 45, 50-yard field goal. McPherson makes those. So you end up only giving up 3 points. Offense comes back out there, still has a chance to take the lead with a field goal. And we're getting into fourth quarter time, aren't we? Getting close. That was a good stop by the defense. Huge stand. Defense been shaky a little bit today. Huge plays there by the defense. Last couple of drives here. Offense got to keep having the defense's back, right? You got to play complimentary football here down the stretch. Whew. Let's look at some scores around the league real quick before we get into this fourth quarter. Scores around the league. Colts still up 23-0 going into the fourth quarter on the Dolphins. Buccaneers up 17-10 on the Falcons. And the third quarter just started there. See what else is going on here. Panthers down 3-10 in the second quarter. Oh, that game got delayed. Okay. So Jags, Panthers got delayed. Raiders, Patriots. Raiders up with 7 minutes left in the third. Cardinals, Saints. Cardinals up 20-10 with 53 seconds left in the third. Steelers, Jets. Jets up 25-17, third quarter. But the Jets are in the red zone right now. So they're in the red zone. And then Giants still down 3-14 to the Commanders.
Shoulder fake to the 25. It's stacked up there. In Super Bowl 57, the Chiefs beat the Eagles in a thriller. This past February, it was the Eagles who handily beat the Chiefs in Super Bowl 59. Next week, it's the game we've all been waiting for as they meet again, this time at Arrowhead Stadium in Kansas City on America's Game of the Week, 4 p.m. Eastern on Fox. Coverage begins a special 2-hour edition of Fox NFL Sunday live from Kansas City at 11 p.m. Eastern on Fox. Wilson has returned to the field, was evaluated for concussion, and has cleared concussion protocol. First down, Dylan Sampson.
Good burst by Sampson.
Starts off this position with 3-yard run.
I think that's one thing that they have to do here right now is get back in and start running that football effectively. I mean, you can talk about running the football, but the most important thing is can you run it when you have to run it right now. I think it's important for the Cleveland Browns to be able to run the football effectively. And even though that wasn't on Joe Flacco on that last year, you got your first turnover. Let's get everybody settled back into what our offensive plan was coming into this game.
Swing, Sampson on the edge with the Joker blocking. There's Logan Wilson. Big impact that he makes on the tackle.
All right, 35. It's manageable.
And the 10-yard score. Busley, this one 17-10. Yep.
All right. 34, my bad. Joe Flacco's already thrown the ball 27 times today. That's a lot. Got it. And it's Cedric Tillman again. Yeah, again, another stack here. Middle of the field, just catches the slot corner, just flat-footed there. Again, this is a guy who was really, really productive when he got targets last season. Jeez, Jerome. Put up more of a fight before you go down there, Jerome.
This Bengals wide receiver room. Judy was clearly the standout. And coming into today, it was by a pretty significant margin as far as his career receptions above everybody else.
Yeah, and DeAndre Carter, he'll have a role there, but he's going to be mainly your return guy. And you can see the other numbers. So Isaiah Watt, I think, is intriguing, with that downfield speed. Jamari Thrash, another year.
Yeah, just going to let it run down. Fourth quarter. All right, put them fours up in chat, y'all. It's real now. Put them fours up in chat. Fourth quarter time, baby. Let's get it. Put them fours up in chat. First, fourth quarter of the season, and it's a 1-point game at home. Gotta love it. Gotta love it. Gotta love it. Yeah, the Jets just got the extra point, so they're up 26-17 on Pittsburgh. We look at the Browns stats. Yeah, they've been able to get production from Dylan Sampson as a receiver. They need more production out this running game, just like straight up running the ball. But it looks like attacking the middle of the field has been working against Cincinnati. I wonder how much they're comfortable throwing Joe Flacco. Because he's already about to touch 30 attempts here. So I do wonder how comfortable they are getting his numbers up to 40, 45. Someone said not the Watson for, of course, dog, fourth quarter. A big drive here would be huge, man. A drive here would be huge going into the fourth quarter. Again, no lead is safe when you're going up against an offense as prolific as Cincinnati, no matter how good you think your defense is. No lead is safe. But just want to keep punching back, man. Keep punching back. I have PTSD from putting fours up in the chat. I got to switch out my emojis because I think there's still a Deshaun Watson and Nick Chubb one.
Kick things off for Washington backfield. Week 1 in a 1-point game. Browns in Bengals territory start this fourth quarter, 2nd and 9.
He's going to run.
Loves it as Flacco rumbles his way forward for 4.
3rd and 5.
I think some people underestimate the athleticism of Joe Flacco. Even at 40 years old. I mean, that's awesome right there. I mean, as long as he is.
Well, it's not the longest run that he's had against the Cincinnati Bengals in his career, but it's 4 yards to set him up with.
All right, 3rd and 5. Where are we at on the field? Ugh. Got it. Oh, he dropped it. Do you punt it here?
This is a big one right here. I mean, first down.
It's a tough catch,
And we've seen a couple of
but you got to come down with it, right? It's not the most accurate pass here by Joe. It's out. You got to outstretch your arms here. Hits your knee. It's a tough one, but you got to come down with these. Jerry Jeudy.
Team drops a year ago. He drops this one on 4.
2 drops there. Well, 1 drop, really.
Jeudy, first down.
It's right there, Jerry.
Urine.
It's right there, Jerry. That's a big one. All right, you're going to need your defense to have your back here. I don't mind not going for the 57-yarder. That's a conversation you got to have with your special teams coach. Do you feel good kicking a 57-yarder? Do you not? If the answer is no, we don't feel great kicking a 57-yard field goal, don't kick the 57-yard field goal. Go for it there. I don't mind going for it there. I'm not a big fan of trying to pin back the Bengals. Like, it's just not a Joe Burrow's Joe Burrow. It takes him like 1 pass to get out that position, and then you just gave the ball to them again, right? So I don't mind not punting there. I don't mind the decision to go for it. I don't even mind the play call. The play call was obviously good. I think they had opportunities on both of them. You know, you want Joe Flacco to throw a better ball there to Harold Fannin, but you want Harold to come down with that kind of ball, right? You're expecting him to be a plus-level playmaker in your offense. Got to come down with that. Obviously, no excuses for Jerry Jeudy not bringing down that ball there either. Now you're going to lean on your defense to have your back here, right? It's going to be huge for the defense because, look, Joe Burrow's like you're about 2-3 passes away from field goal range for them, right? And that forces you to have to score a touchdown. So would love to convert there. Don't mind the decision to go for it. You got 2 good calls in there, 2 great looks. Just weren't able to execute.
Two. What's in your wallet?
All right. Got to play defense here now. Make it a footnote. Make it a footnote.
One-point lead, good field position, just shy of the 4-yard line, and Chase Brown with the carry.
Good job, Suez.
For Chase Brown. It's all he's going to find. The question becomes, can they get these wide receivers going on this end? Jamar Chase and T. Higgins pretty quiet days there.
Really quiet days, and that's been kind of a common theme against this Rams defense. It's always a little bit less than what their averages are. You pretty compared across the board with the other division foes here in the AFC North. So that's your strength. You've got to get back on it at some point in time and challenge a great news and challenge the Denzel Ward and see if your guys can go up and make plays.
All right, Judy. Nope. Good job by the safety. Good job by the safety utilizing the sideline there. Was that Ronnie Hickman? Nope. All right, got to get this. Got to get this. This would be huge. Oh, timeout. They got called timeout.
Cleveland's defense just 2 years ago was the #1 defense in the league, and Allison Williams are trying to rekindle that magic here in this drive.
3rd and 9 here.
They are, Kevin. We're really pleased so far with how they're playing in the back end of this defense. Coach is telling the safeties they're doing a good job holding their looks, disguising the big snap. So important, so difficult against Joe Burrow, but that's a big reason why they've been able to keep his receivers in check so far today.
Allison, what have you noticed?
All right, man. Miles, big play here.
From a confidence standpoint, defensively after that tough year last year.
Yeah, I would say the confidence on the defensive side has been high. It's been consistent, and energy has been really upbeat. Obviously, a bit deflating on the offensive side, but it hasn't affected this defense.
Allison Williams, good stuff, 3rd down and 9. Bengals against this defense.
15 seconds.
Just shy.
Well, they get pressure. Oh, did he get it in?
Chase, incomplete. We saw that on the opposite side with T. Higgins. Loose on the coverage of Chase. It's 4th down.
This is great anticipation.
Let's make sure he was out of bounds. That was close.
Running game to the inside. So when you put Garrett on the outside out here, right? You got all these assets that are going to help. He's going to loop back to the inside. So everything you place over there, he takes away from you. It's a clean run. Ready to Joe Burrow.
All right, that was huge. All right, let's field this clean. Be smart here.
This Rico
Let us go. Good. That was big by the defense, man. That was huge by the defense. Whew. That was a huge stop by the defense. Defense, first half, a little shaky. Second half, much, much, much better.
Or teams games on Sunday, not an option. So whether you're picked up an afternoon shifts fan or just a move to a new
Much
city,
better.
or at a Sunday afternoon wedding, Verizon's got you covered. Get NFL Sunday ticket from YouTube TV on us. Every out-of-market game, every Sunday afternoon. That's up to $480 in value. Only on Verizon.
See you Sunday.
As your host, I have some rules. First, no showers longer than 5 minutes. This isn't a spa. That's the rule.
Meanwhile, at a Verbo, get the vacation you expect and never a hovering house.
At Burger King, we don't listen to celebrities. We listen to you. Your next creation is here. The Crispy Onion Whopper. It's got the crisp, the crunch, the bacon, and it's imagined by you. Try the latest in the Whopper by You series today.
Yeah. So that's a new CBS scorebug.
Anything starts with a Celsius.
Screenshot that.
Straight to the condition. How I show up here is how I show up on game days. Okay, that was funny. Then I study my playbook. Gotta stay sharp on both sides of the
Got a super chat here from Rest Rick says we got to give Newsome his flowers today. He's covering Chase very well. He's held up. Is about as good as you can hope that he holds up. Yeah, especially when the defensive line not getting the pressure you want them to today. But that secondary, I think Ronnie Hickman also deserves some flowers too. He's been playing really well. Still got to finish the game, right? You know, we're in that tight. It's tight time, man. You know what I mean? It's time to get a little sweaty, you know. But yeah, big play there and a huge moment. Force that 3 and out. You know, that was a game of inches right there. I mean, just inches there on the feet, getting in bounds for T. Higgins. 2 plays makes the difference there. All right. Would love to see Jerry Jeudy have a nice bounce back drive here. Good job. Good job.
And this defense is going to make a stop right here. We're 12, just inside 13 minutes here in the fourth quarter. And the one thing that Cleveland has done a really good job here today is controlling the clock. That was one of Al Golden's big things to his defense. Is we've got a great offense. We can't have them on the sideline all afternoon. And they've been over there much more than they needed to be.
Way to break through. And again, the first man never gets him. First down.
Why I like him so much. I mean, he has been fun to watch. And you made a point, Kevin, that a couple of those catches that he made, those are outstanding. And this is
I mean, right here, 98 blows this up, but he just stays on his feet.
That's TJ Slate. TJ Slate was brought in to stop
Linebacker. It's an edge rusher, gets his hand on him.
Expect to see him play a role in the weeks moving forward, running back as well.
Oh, huge play for Harold Feynman. Wow. Joe Flacco with the off-schedule play here, big time. You think he's just about to throw it out of bounds. He throws a laser. It's probably his best throw of the day.
So keep your eyes on Harold Fenton. Everything that he does. He's going to go over. He's going to check down on a short route. And when Joe goes,
Harold, second time he's done that on a scramble drill.
no, you got to move. You've got a guy right next to you. You've got to get open.
Great throw by Joe Flacco, man.
There was no space out there.
Oh, he would have got free, man. All Sampson needs is some weight on him.
One of those situations, right? The interception for the Browns here this afternoon, but it's a great play by the Cincinnati Bengals defense. This is an accident waiting to happen right here. Your eyes are off of what's going on outside to your right, and you throw it out there. And those are the ones that can come back and just ruin a great avenue.
Bolton told us Joe Flacco was so hard to get down when you get in the pocket. Great example of it there. Jay Hill had a shot at it, couldn't pull it down. Second and 13, Flacco throws.
Okay.
Catch number 6 in the rookie's debut. This one picks up 6. And Allison Harold, Fannin Jr. said, point the bat.
Yeah, we're seeing why the Browns are so excited about this rookie. A local kid from not far from here in Canton, Ohio, played just down the road at Bowling Green. And while they loved what he did there, they had some concerns because Bowling Green didn't huddle a lot. So they wanted to make sure that he could handle mentally the different things they would ask of him, the different concepts that he would throw his way. So Kevin Stefanski and a few others made the drive there. He said after about 10 minutes of watching tape with him, he looked at his coaches and was like, what are we doing here?
3rd and 7.
Excellent tackle by Jordan Battle. That flag thrown at the 49-yard line.
Is that on the line? Yeah. All right, get a good punt here, Corey.
If you get out of position with him, you can see right there, I think it's
Yeah, it's fine. That's fine. You'd rather him hold there than take the sack. Have him get a strip sack or something like that. You know what I mean?
Seats it open. Jones will let this one back.
Oh!
When it gets past Jay Turner, rather it gets past Jarrett Converse and Indians.
Jarrett lost it. He lost it. Look at it in the air. He's watching it. He's tracking it. He lost it right there. He just didn't track it well. Bojo does what he needs to do. He just doesn't track it there. That gets to the 20. All right, man. Sweaty palms time. Sweaty palms time. Truly sweaty palms time. It's only 3:30, man. This game's already getting close to the final minute. Well, the first half, the offense was stepping up for the defense. Second half, the defense has been stepping up for the offense. You're going to need these last few minutes here, both these sides of the ball to work together a little bit here, right? You're going to need both these sides of the ball to work together here. Ooh, it's getting tense. It's getting tense. Somebody said, you want a pick here? Look, if you can get a pick, awesome, whatever. But I don't want this team to get in the mindset of selling out just to get an interception here. What you need is a drive for the Bengals to end in a punt, right? You just need to stop them. You don't need to sell out. You don't need to try to get a touchdown here. Just get a stop here. You know what I mean?
Now this morning, along with the beauty line, Brown superfans Desiree First Lady Wheeler and Charles Brown Spider Bevel Jr. They were married. They both used to tailgate.
They showed the wedding on TV.
Webster Slaughter, who's now an ordained minister, was the officiant.
That's awesome.
Spider and First Lady now honeymooning in the dog pound. Where else would you rather honeymoon than the dog pound?
They have to be the leaders in the clubhouse after week 1 for Superfan of the Year.
Paul Roger Goodell.
All right.
Cincinnati up by 1. First down.
Oh, that's the pressure you've been wanting from Myles Garrett all game. Here he is, Mr. Miles. He just whipped Orlando Brown's ass off the drop. And whoever that tight end was went with him. I think that was a guard. He took 2 Bengals with him. Just ass whoop right there. I mean, that's 2 offensive linemen, 2 300-pounders on the back of Myles Garrett. And it just doesn't matter. Second and 16. Get them on this set. They got to use another timeout here. They're down to 1 timeout.
As you will see from a quarterback. 8:36 to go in the 4th. At 1 point, Bengals lead. Now this from State Farm.
The insurance isn't the same as having State Farm. It's like needing the experience of this trainer,
Good to go.
but getting that trainer.
Megan Trainer.
No, Taylor.
Give me your arm.
No, it's not for that.
Who are you?
Patrick, I play football.
This is Patrick, everyone. Give it up for Patrick. He does sports.
Don't settle for just any insurance, and they're State Farm.
Why?
Like a good neighbor, State Farm.
All right. Woo.
All preseason, their conversation was, how do the Bengals avoid slow starts to the season? All preseason, everything was adjusted to avoid a slow start.
Second and 16. Get him here. Get him here.
Second and 16.
Pressure up the middle, and it's Myles Garrett. He did it again. He did it again. Myles Garrett, 2-piece, back-to-back, in the biggest moment of the game so far, forcing a 3rd and 22. Look at that inside-outside basketball move. Good pressure by Malik Collins up the middle, and Myles Garrett just cleans up here. Pressure again. Oh, he almost got safetied. 3 sacks back to back for the Browns defensive line. And is this not the pressure that you thought this defensive line was going to bring? This is what you thought we were going to get earlier in the game. Now it's finally happening. Pressure up the middle here. Mason Graham with the push. Isaiah McGuire with the push here. Myles Garrett just playing cleanup duty. And that's going to be 2.5 sacks on this possession for Myles Garrett. All right, Browns get the ball in plus field position. Got to get points here now on offense. The defense has done their job for you in the second half. You gotta play complimentary football here. If the pressure comes in clutch time, I'll take it. Yeah, it came in shifts here. Remember, we were talking about this. It's that war of attrition that Jim Schwartz is trying to play on this Bengals team. I'm going to be fresher than you in the fourth quarter than you are going to be in the fourth quarter. That's why he's shifting out these guys a lot. Look, I was critical of that strategy. That's why you do it. That's how it pulls itself off. Oh. All right, Sampson with about 4 yards on first down here.
I needed to do that. I needed to change our schedule. We went from just going at the beginning, the starters played through the course of the preseason. I think one of the big things is that competitive period that you
All right, Browns.
it was a basketball style competition every single day. It was one-on-one. People from the offense and defense competed against each other, and then they would pick the next two combatants for the next one.
What's taking so long here? What's going on?
Losing your season.
Yeah, we mentioned it right out of the gate today. 1-11 in the first 2 weeks of NFL seasons under Zach Taylor. They've been tremendous after that, but it's been the constant slow starts. And it was the slow start that last year kept this team out of the postseason. They had an 0-5-game winning streak. We fell the game short.
And then the way that game, I mean, you go back and look at just, but where's the one game? Obviously, it's out of order. So, they're staring at seeing the same thing down the road this season. About the
A little empty here. I think Flacco got to that one a little early. It would be about a 55-yard field goal from here. It's huge third down. You need yards. There we go, Jerry. Big reception here. Huge reception. Brings it in. Big time. Out the stack.
Trying to check that one. We had Cedric Tillman in the area. Confusion, it looked like from the snap, but it's second down, 5:46 to go in the fourth. There is a flag now. Ineligible downfield.
Can't have that.
Jones. Too far downfield.
That's one of the things this season as well. You know, the penalties in general, but the pre-snaps, they led last year.
Ineligible downfield is not a pre-snap penalty, y'all. All right. Take care of it. Take care of it. 3rd and 7 here. For 3rd and what, 6?
Seen here this afternoon, we haven't seen pressure. There's a defining thing there with the pressure. And here's an opportunity for them to step up and start to make an impact.
Switch release at the top of your screen. Got him. Big time play there. Right. Got to just get open. Jerry runs a great route. It's 2 down.
Coming up on 4.5 to play. Browns down 1, but in the red zone. Sampson with the football breaks initial contact, but not much after that.
We're not getting much push. That's okay.
It's an extra point. It's why the Bengals have
pushed it right off the start. You can see this angle's great. You can see that is outside that upright immediately.
right about an extra point distance. If you don't get another yard, you're looking in that general area. There, defended by the Bengals, and now Hill provided a stop, just a 1-yard gain.
Third down and 9.
Second half, a big different story.
When do they try to get a bench concept here? They might get it. Just hold on to the ball. Take the field goal. Take the field goal. Situation like that, you just don't want to turn it over there, right?
You know, obviously you're trying to get this thing converted, but the worst thing you could possibly do is have that turnover. You're in the pocket, it's starting to collapse. Get your 2 hands on it. You can see Joe right there. Good ball security in the pocket as that starts to break down.
All right, Schmidt, come on.
Schmidt in his first NFL game. The Luke Brooks Award winner for the best kicker in college football is a youngster at Syracuse.
Oh, my good Lord. We're fucking cursed at kicker, man.
One of those decisions you make during the course of training camp. Because that was probably the deciding factor to go with Andre Schmidt over Dustin Hopkins. And again, Hopkins missing to the right.
Sunday is often very slim.
Miles Garrett, another huge play.
To use one of their 3 timeouts.
Smith's got to get out of his head here.
What must be going through his mind right now?
It's like any player that feels that he let his team down.
Look, he's going to have to kick again, man.
It is the sickest feeling you can imagine because your mistake hurts so many other people. And it is hard to shake it off. And for Andre Schmidt, he's got to, as a kicker, you got to be able to get rid of it quick because they have the potential to need you to come back and win this game.
To the sideline, there's T. Higgins.
It's third down. Remember their tendency. Remember their tendency. They ran it, what, twice on third down? They might run this one. Oh, he's stuffed. Look for a new kicker to be signed by Tuesday.
2 minutes to play in the Battle of Ohio. A 4th down decision coming.
Nah, they can't. They can't go for this, right?
They said it was a fever dream.
That ball's like on their 20. That ball's on their 20. Look, it'd be really ballsy here if Cincinnati decides to go for it. They're probably going to try to get like a false start, right? I mean, not a false start. They're probably going to try to get like an offsides or something like that. But you think about it, they got 1 timeout left, 2 minutes left in this game. You know, the Browns offense has been good, but it hasn't been that good. You got to punt this one. Because if you go for it and you don't get it, I mean, you have one timeout left. The Browns can basically run it down to 0 and kick a very short field goal. And you're kind of betting on them to miss another one. We hold Burrow to 100 yards. If we don't win, SMH. Hey, it takes all 3 phases. It takes all 3 phases. I told you, field goal kicking, when you're playing football like this on the margin, it's going to matter, man. It's going to matter, right? If you're a team with a point differential that leads the league, your field goal kicking really doesn't matter that much. But when you're living on the margins like the Browns want to, right, then you gotta capitalize on special teams. And unfortunately, 2 special teams errors have left 4 points on the field. Now, it's 4th down. We'll see if they respot the ball, but it looks like it's going to be 4th down. Even if it is, you're in a spot. You're in a decent spot here. Hey, man, it's nut time.
Season to change your culture in the early stage of the season.
We're going for this. Don't jump.
Switching to sample. Motion from Chase. Will they snap it?
They're not snapping. They're not going. They're not going. They're not going. They're not going. I told you. They were never going to go. They were never going to go. It's 2 minutes, 1 timeout. This is why you got to be, this is great situational awareness coaching by the Browns defense. The situation alone tells you there's no way in hell they're going to snap that ball there. Because if they don't get that, it's a long yard, by the way. They don't get that yard, the game's over for Cincinnati. They get no chance, right? So their chances are much, much better they punt this. So you had to know they're not going to go here, man.
Rico to punt. DeAndre Carter with his toes on his 15.
Good return. All right, Mr. Flacco. This is why I get scared to death Joe going to throw a pick 6. Barry needs to trade for a kicker.
We got your back. We got your back today. It was a tough battle with our offense against that Browns defense. We're going to close this one out.
Ooh, Jerry Drew just won. Get on the ball.
He's been in this spot before. Seconds to play as he gets the snap.
Ah, what the fuck? 2 of them?
Takes away and takes away the opportunity.
How do you get 2 of those?
2 picks off deflections today. This one put it away.
He's had such a good game today, too. Cedric Tillman at the top of the screen. Just a little curl route. He's wide open. Bobbles it.
How does that happen twice?
By DJ Turner being there. And, ball disruption. That's the one thing that Golden preaches to his guys. And you've got
How did it go up?
They were minus
continue to make them doubt themselves in those situations. I mean, two huge takeaways today.
Man.
Great.
Q, you have a P.O. box for us to send you stuff? No, I don't have a P.O. box.
Potentially earn a victory. One time for DJ Turner's first career NFL interception. Browns have 2 timeouts left. So you can't necessarily deal it out.
Yeah.
One of those two here before the second down play. Jay Turner, the second, drafted in the second round in 2023. Limited last year with that collarbone injury. He was known best.
Bad teams find a way to lose games. I mean, yeah. Just legitimately, ball just doesn't bounce your way multiple times in this game, man. That's tough. That's tough. I mean, 2 errant field goals, 2 wild ricochets. You can't predict shit like that, man. You can't. Chat, neither of those are on Joe. I mean, I know nobody's blaming that on Joe Flacco, seriously.
Cleveland Browns. Take your pick up front. 4 guys jump. Nick Collins. A lot of folks moving up there. Somebody got to get called. Exactly what we want to check. +2. We want to be +2 in the turnover ratio every week. That's hard. But that gives you such a great opportunity to win that game.
Mic check.
To be +2 for 18 weeks. And here they are. First game of the year with a new defensive coordinator, and they kind of meet the standard that he challenged them to.
He just took a delay of game.
And the timeout used by Cincinnati. Final timeout for the Bengals. 2nd and 8 with a minute 20 to play in the 4th coming up. Let's get a break with Carissa Thompson.
Thanks so much, Texas Washington. Already up 8 on the Giants. Newly acquired Debo Samuel on his first carry of the day shakes off a couple tacklers and dives in for the score. Commanders win this one 21-6. Kevin?
All right, Chris, thank you. Here, week 1 for the Bengals. Cleveland Browns missing an extra point and a short field goal in this game. The difference in this game between a potential win and a potential loss.
Back to reality. Now let's hear the positive spin.
Schmidt with a lot on his mind today.
Let's see what happens here. They're going to get some time at the end of this game.
Second for Cincinnati. In the backfield, Carson Schlesinger.
I'm out. They get a stop here. I imagine the Bengals aren't stupid enough to throw it. But they get a stop here. They're going to get about 40 seconds left. They're going to get about 40 seconds here if they get this stop on 3rd down.
Dustin Hopkins was who he competed with. Hopkins missed 2 extra points in the preseason.
Yeah, I mean, like, I don't even know what to do here. Like, what? I think they did the right thing. They cut Hopkins. He was struggling in camp. If Hopkins came out here and did what Schmidt did, I mean, we'd be furious. But they did the thing that we wanted them to do. They actually had the kicking competition. They picked the guy who kicked better, and the guy kicks like shit in the first week of the game.
Chase Brown spin away. Miles Garrett is there, saving him up. And Delpit helping out. It's 4th down. Bengals are going to run this clock down as far as they can.
Yeah, the Browns going to get about 30 seconds here.
Joe Flacco and the Browns offense should have one last glimmer, one last brief opportunity here in the fourth quarter. Down to about 30 seconds. They'll take the delay of game. They'll punt it away. Turn it over their defense for one last time. It was a daunting proposition if you said that about last year's Cincinnati Bengals defense. Rely on them to close it out. But Al Bolden has said this is a different group. Zach Taylor confident in this group. They've come up big today. Can they do it one last time? DeAndre Carter waiting at the 10. 30 seconds to go on this one. Watch it bounce.
Yeah, it's tough.
19 seconds.
You basically need the Bengals to lose their damn mind here. Do the Browns just stay on brand and sign Tucker? No. I don't think Tucker wants to kick anymore.
Than it is right now. Seconds to go. In the end zone. Field goes on the run incomplete. After 13 seconds left. Second down and 10. Al Golden, 2 takeaways, 2 sacks, only 49 yards allowed on the ground. So they shielded throughout the preseason. Not sure what we're doing. They've been effective today. Second 10.
Give him some space.
8 seconds left. Time for a methodical drive here.
It's just so difficult just to get into field goal range. To get yourself down there, such a challenge.
Yeah, it's going to be a 10-second runoff. That's game. Yeah, it's game. No, I thought it was a runoff too.
So one more play. Third and 8. Over the middle. Jumping catch made by Judy. Down at the 30. Time expires.
All right, so obviously a disappointing ending to that game. You know, Browns had multiple chances to win that game. It comes down to the kicker, 2 very makeable field goals, 1 an extra point to just keep the game tied, and then obviously the other one to go ahead. You did everything you needed to do to win the game except make some very easy field goals. So, I mean, it doesn't get more disappointing than that. The defense, I mean, they did a tremendous job in the second half. Joe Burrow, I think he got held under 100 or close to 100. there's a lot of good things to take away from this game. Obviously, you would have liked to win it when it's that winnable and you're playing on the margins. We don't think this team's going to, cruise through a lot of competition. So these tight margin games where you got a chance to lean in your direction, you got to find a way to make it lean in your direction. I talk about this all the time with the Pittsburgh Steelers. One of the reasons they've been able to be above 500 all this time, people blame it or give the credit to Mike Tomlin, but it's really Chris Boswell, in my opinion, because the Steelers have 4 or 5 games a year that come down to that, the way they like to play. The Browns are playing a similar style of football to them, that low margin, that low yield style of football where you're not going to try to put up 1,000,000 points. You're going to lean on your defense, and that requires you to be able to make your kicks, to be able to execute on that end. And unfortunately, the rookie kicker, who, look, all of y'all wanted, I wanted to keep the Browns to do something about Dustin Hopkins. They did something about Dustin Hopkins, and, hey, it didn't work out. You know what I mean? It's an incredibly disappointing way for that effort to go down. I thought the Browns played better. I thought the Browns should have won that game. You get 2 of the most fluke interceptions you'll ever see in your life, right? Like, no disrespect to the Bengals secondary. Not saying that they did not make a tremendous play once the ball ricocheted into the air. But what I am saying is that the ricochet itself was crazy fluke, right? Someone said, sorry, Andre, it's not personal, it's business. Yeah, it's tough. It's tough. It's absolutely tough. It's a playoff team that you're playing. Everybody thinks the Bengals going to be in the playoff. And you're able to go toe-to-toe with them, shut down Joe Burrow, all the preseason stuff. He played in the preseason, right? So you can't blame it on a slow start or anything like that. Wow, Michael Penix did score. You would have loved to win that game. You would have loved to win that game. They genuinely feel like how they would lose in this. That genuinely felt like how they would lose in that 1-31 stretch, shooting themselves in the foot. I wouldn't go that far. A lot of that 131 stretch wasn't competitive at all. This was extremely competitive, right? Like, maybe if they were playing a bad team, it'd be competitive, but the Bengals are the team with the franchise quarterback, team that's probably going to make the playoffs. You know what I mean? I don't think that looked like 1-31 football to me. DeAndre says the Bengals don't even feel like they won. I mean, they didn't. You gave it to them because you didn't execute at the end of the game. I mean, you stopped them at the end. Joe Burrow didn't have some kind of drive at the end to seal this thing. The Bengals never took this game. They were gifted it because we missed the extra point and missed the field goal. The Browns made every play at the end to win this game. And ultimately, that's what's very frustrating, right? The Browns did everything to win this game. They just didn't make these kicks. That's really it. Like, you can even talk about the drops. They came back on the drive after that. Both the guys who dropped the passes in the drive before that come back and make a big play. You know what I mean? Like, it wasn't that. You know? How am I supposed to enjoy the rest of the Sunday after this? Almost would have rather been blown out by the Bengals. Yeah, you say that, and then I watch chat when this team gets blown out. And you guys are definitely not better off when it's a blowout than when it's a close game. You know what I mean? So you will feel bad anyways. You lost. It sucks to lose. You're going to feel bad for the whole 4 o'clock window. And then by the time Sunday Night Football comes around, you'll be fine. It's not the end of the world. It's week 1. All right, let's get into the post-game show. We're going to go live on Bleacher Report as well. Yep, I'm going to be about to be live on Bleacher Report here in a second. Well, obviously, that was a disappointing end. Obviously, that was a disappointing end to this game for the Cleveland Browns. In my opinion, when you watch that game, the Browns did everything on defense, especially, they could do to win that game at the end. First half, the defense did not look amazing, right? They were not really getting to Joe Burrow often. He was looking really comfortable. But then by the time we got to the second half, war of attrition started to set in. The Browns' depth started to set in, and you saw everybody on that defensive line make plays. Mason Graham got a great pressure, almost forced the safety at the end of that game. And thinking back, that would have been huge. That would have swung the game here, right? Myles Garrett, 2.5 sacks in 3 plays at the end of this game. Your defense made the plays to win it at the end of the game. Offense was shaky in the second half. It wasn't as good as it looked in the first half, but still, you got multiple opportunities here to win this game offensively. You set up Andre Schmidt for a very makeable field goal, about 15 yards out. I think it's even shorter than an extra point, and he shanked it. And the reason you're even in the position to kick the field goal is because he shanked the extra point. Well, yeah, he shanked the extra point. And then he shanked the field goal. That's 4 points right there. Browns get those 4 points, they win this game. There's a lot of times where people say this, where this is not true. This is one of the rare times I'm going to say this, and there is nothing but 100% truth to this. Browns lost this game solely on the kicker. I don't ever like to blame stuff solely on the kicker because I think it's the offense's job to not leave it up to that. But the kicker's job is at the very minimum to make the extra point. If the Browns just make the extra point, maybe they don't win the game in regulation, but they at least get overtime. The reason the Browns lost this game in regulation is undoubtedly and unmistakably, undeniably, because of their kicker. And, if this had been Dustin Hopkins that had missed the extra point and missed the field goal, I think I could be more furious about it because that would have been predictable. Dustin Hopkins was terrible last year. He'd not been great in camp. So if he starts the season out and he's missing field goals left and right, you could have predicted that. That was predictable. That was avoidable, whatever. But the thing is that they did the right things, right? Like they did what people wanted the Browns to do at kicker. They actually had a kicking competition. They actually took the results of that kicking competition seriously. And they made a decision based on those results and not seniority. Right? They could have easily stuck with Dustin Hopkins and said, hey, we trust our veterans. And that's a reasonable thing for football coaches to do, but it would have been heavily criticized, especially if this game had ended the way that it would have ended, if that were the route they took. But they didn't do that. They did what we asked. They had a competition. They took the competition seriously. And the dude who won the competition undeniably cost the Browns this game. I mean, you can't predict that. That there's no predicting that. There's no guessing that. There's no real, I don't know what to do with that, right? If I had thought they had lost this game because of something more predictable, I would be more upset. Even the 2 interceptions that Joe Flacco threw, nobody who is trying to be remotely objective is going to sit here and tell you that those 2 interceptions are 100% Joe Flacco's fault, right? I mean, I'm usually more strict on the whole tips overthrows things. Like if you get a ball tipped at the line of scrimmage and it gets intercepted, there's some ways that could still be the quarterback's fault, right? If you throw the ball too high and it forces the ball up. Both of these tipped interceptions that Joe Flacco threw, I mean, they were just extremely unlucky. Like, I'm not somebody who usually likes to sit on they just got unlucky. You know, they have bad luck here. But that's really what happened. They get the ball to bounce the wrong way on 2 interceptions. And even those 2 interceptions didn't really cost you anything. Only thing it cost you was time. But those 2 interceptions, the defense steps up, makes huge play after huge play after huge play. Joe Flacco gets you in position to kick a go-ahead field goal. I mean, the Browns are at the 5, at the 10, or whatever they were. And you got a chance to win this game. And the kicker just didn't make the kick. It's really just what it was. Joe Burrow didn't drive down the field on you. Joe Burrow wasn't good in this game. Joe Burrow was what? Well, let's see what Joe Burrow finished with here. And then we'll talk about some of the players I thought stood out in this one. But, I mean, you did a good job on Joe Burrow. You did a great job on Jamar Chase. I don't think him or Higgins scored a touchdown in this game. I mean, look, if the Browns had won this game, there'd be a lot to feel good about. But the kicker doesn't make kicks, so we're not going to look at it that way. But there are some things you want to look at and say, hey, you should walk away from this feeling a little bit better here, right? Well, Joe Burrow was 14 of 23 with 113 yards. Chase Brown averaged, 2 yards a carry on the ground? 21 carries, 43 yards. T. Higgins was their leading receiver with 3 receptions and 33 yards. You shut him down. Jamar Chase, 2 receptions, 26 yards. Defensively, even in the first half when it was looking shaky, you did what you needed to by the end of it. You held the Bengals to 17 points, one of the more explosive offenses in the NFL. Joe Burrow, who threw for 40 touchdowns, 5,000 yards. You hold him to 113 and 1 touchdown. And when I say hold him, you legitimately held him. Like, this wasn't Joe Burrow was playing a bad game, missed a bunch of throws that could have killed the Browns. This was the Browns defense legitimately clamped down on Joe Burrow, right? Like, legit clamped down on him. Hell, you can make the argument that Joe Flacco outplayed Joe Burrow in this one. Almost had 300 yards in this one. We talked about the interceptions. The interceptions, I don't think anybody reasonable, anybody objective is going to sit here and say, those are usually interceptions we blame on the quarterback. Like, those just aren't. Those were low balls that he threw down and away so they didn't get tipped up in the air, that found a way to get tipped up in the air because the receivers just threw them up in the air. Right. And some of them was just like 1 in a million bounce, like that Harold Fannin one. The Cedric Tillman one at the end of the game. So again, nobody objective is going to sit here and tell you Joe Flacco's 2 interceptions in this game were 100% his fault. If people are saying that these 2 interceptions, after they watched those 2 interceptions were his fault, they need to ask themselves, hey, if that guy was wearing number 12, would you be blaming those interceptions on him, or would you be blaming the wide receivers? If that guy was wearing number 8 or whoever the hell you want to root for, if those 2 interceptions happen to your guy, are you blaming your guy for that interception? I know the answer to that question before I ask, so I don't even need people to answer it. But we know what the answer is, right? We don't usually blame those kind of interceptions on quarterbacks. Joe Flacco played well. 300 yards, 31 to 45. You get 2 unbelievably fluke interceptions here. Is what it is, right? Is what it is. You get down the field enough in this game. Like, you even with Joe Flacco not being amazing in the second half of this game, still should have won it. Still should have won it. Still should have won that one. Hey, you gotta, but this is what we go back to talking about, man. This is what we go back to talking about. When you play a low margin style of football, when you're one of these teams who wants to live by grinding it out on offense, long drives, you got to make field goals. The reason Pittsburgh's able to stay above 500, playing that style for as long as they did, Pittsburgh makes field goals. We did not make field goals. That's the difference. Browns make field goals in this game. And again, I would feel different if the offense was forcing this kid to make 50-yard field goals. They did not ask this kid to make a 50-yard field goal. They asked him to attempt 2 field goals under 40. Most kickers are 100% under 40 all the time. These are very, very reasonable field goals that the offense asks the kicker to make, and the kicker doesn't make it. And usually I'll be upset at Bubba Ventrone over this, but Bubba Ventrone did exactly what we asked him to in the offseason, have a competition, take the kicker that wins it. He did. The kicker had a shit day. Hey, man. Is what it is. Is what it is. There are some positives from this game, and I want to talk about that before we go. I think the defense was spectacular in this one. I think the defense, after a little bit of a slow start in the first half, got a little nervous. They were unbelievable in that second half. The Bengals only scored 3 points after the half break. I don't know what Joe Burrow, I think Joe Burrow only had like 25 passing yards after that break. And what I thought was more impressive, because we saw the defensive line dominate in this game, that was expected in the second half, right? We expected the defensive line to dominate at some point. The secondary, I thought, had a really good showing in this one. That was the piece we were concerned about. I thought that Jamar Chase was going to violate our slot corners. He didn't. They held up well. Jim Schwartz had a good plan here for his secondary. So you got to give credit to the Browns defense, especially that secondary. That's the part of this defense that we have had a lot of questions about. And unfortunately, they stepped up. I'm very encouraged about that. Obviously, we know Myles Garrett's all-world. I think he ends this game with, 2.5 sacks? Let's see if we can see defensive stats here. Yeah, they just give him 2 sacks? They gave him 2. They didn't give him the half sack there. I think they'll eventually give him that half sack there. But Myles Garrett, excellent as always. Defensive line, slow start at the beginning, really, really turned it up at the end defensively. Secondary, I thought, held up really well. There was nothing there for Joe Burrow at the end of this game. I think he had 88 passing yards in the first half. He ends the game with 106? 113? I mean, that's less than 30 passing yards right there in that whole half. That truly is. Defense showed up, did its job. To a point, the offense, I thought, showed up, did their job. There were some standouts on offense. We talked about Joe Flacco almost had a 300-yard game in this one. Obviously, the 2 interceptions, if you're just looking at the stat sheet, are going to jump out to you. But if you watch the game, you know that those aren't interceptions we usually blame on the quarterback here, right? But I thought Dylan Sampson, less so as a runner out the backfield, but more so as a receiver, was just extremely impressive in this game. He was 8 for 8, 64 yards, very impressive, was very useful out the backfield, almost to the point to where I did not want to see Jerome Ford on the field. I'm very interested to see what that looks like with Quinshon Judkins, if that's how they're going to use him, if they're going to use Dylan Sampson as primarily a receiving back. There's a lot of promise in that. He showed a lot of promise. I'm very excited with what we saw out of Dylan Sampson. I thought Harold Fainen was very impressive in today's game. 8 for 8, 64 yards. I mean, not 64, 63 yards, 7 for 9, 63 yards, 9 yards on average. Long reception of 22. Again, you can see a bright future ahead for Harold Fainen Jr. Actually got more targets in this game than David Njoku. He got 9 targets. David ended up with 6. I thought David was fine in this game. Cedric Tillman, another guy who I thought stood out today, was really good. Got the touchdown, 52 yards, 5 of 8. Had the one big drop that turned into an interception. Obviously, you don't like that, but sometimes the ball just doesn't bounce your way and you're trying to catch it, right? Obviously, you want to see him come down with it, but it was out of his grasp. Is what it is there. But I thought really productive day from Cedric Tillman here. And then Jerry Jeudy, about what you expect, 5 of 8, 66 yards. Did have a couple of drops in this one. You know, I don't think this was a great Jerry Jeudy game, Jerry Jeudy game. We know when they happen. This was a fine Jerry Jeudy game. So offensively, you're looking at some of the young guys that you had a lot of faith in. Some of these draft picks, I think you saw something from every single one of them. Carson Schlesinger today, 8 tackles, 3 solo tackles. Pretty impressive. Thought Devin Bush defensively was really good. Ronnie Hickman, I thought, played a very good ball game too as well. You know, so you're looking at that rookie class. You saw some good stuff from your rookie class. I think that's worth noting. Now as the Browns move on here, right? They're going on to week 2. It's not going to get any easier for anybody. I think it's the Ravens next week, right? It's not going to get any easier. What the Browns did show is kind of part of what we've been talking about, right? I've talked about this Browns team being a team that can win any game they play, and that they're a team that can lose any game they play. They're going to play a lot of football on the margins this year. That is where the Browns are going to live. They're going to live on the margins this year. Today, they lived on the margins. They failed. They didn't make field goal kicks. Next week, they're probably going to be on the margins again. A lot of these games this year, in my opinion, are probably going to be very close. They're going to come down to stuff like that. Missed extra points, field goals. They got to figure out, one, what they're going to do at kicker, obviously, because I don't think anybody's confident in rolling Andre Schmidt out there again. Maybe you just roll it out because you're like, all right, he got the bad one out the way. Maybe you don't want to keep recycling all of these kickers. I don't know what it is that you want to do, but got to do something, right? And I ain't going to sit here and act like I got the answer with the kicker thing, man. Like, I ain't got the answer here. I thought they did the right thing by not leaning on the veteranness of Dustin Hopkins. Like, you got to truly, like, be super disingenuous to be like, hey, man, they should have kept Dustin Hopkins. Nobody thought that. So it's just, I don't know. You got to do something. You got to be better at field goal kicking. You know, there's 3 things that are going to make this team go, right? Quarterback play, field goal kicking, run game. You know, field goal kicking failed today. That's going to cost you a game. When you're living on the margins like this stuff matters. Got to get better field goal kicking. That's a tough one. That's a tough one. You're going to come back to that one all year. You're going to come back to that one all year. And I know people are in the chat like, oh, okay, well, the offense gets paid to score touchdowns. Hey, man, if they were asking Andre Schmidt to make 50-yard field goals, I think you would have more of a point, right? I think there would be more to that. If they were asking Andre Schmidt to make difficult field goals, I would feel that point because the offense should be better and put the kicker in a better situation. The kicker could not have been put in a better situation. Like, again, I'm not often somebody who says, hey, you can point a direct line to this guy. This is why you lost. But unfortunately, today is one of those days. You could point a direct line to Andre Schmidt. Nothing they asked Andre Schmidt to do was difficult today for what's expected for a player who has the job that Andre Schmidt has. By the way, another kicker just blew a game for a team. Atlanta just missed a field goal kick. That's Young Ho Koo, who's a veteran kicker. So maybe there's something in the air. I don't know. But nothing the Browns asked their kicker to do today was difficult. That's where I don't care about these whole, well, the offense should have scored a touchdown. Yeah, okay. But you should be able to ask your kicker to make a 13-yard field goal, man. There's nothing difficult about that. There's absolutely nothing. They asked him to make an extra point today, and they asked him to make a simple short yardage field goal with 5 minutes left in the game. Well, not 5 minutes, 3 minutes left in the game. He missed both of those. Don't sit here and tell me, oh, the offense should be better. The offense got him to a position where his job was super easy. At some point, it becomes the kicker's job to make the field goals. If this were a 50-yard field goal, a 60-yard field goal, even a 48-yard field goal, I would listen to that excuse that the offense didn't do enough. But it's not true. The offense did more than enough to put the kicker in 100% field goal range. 100% field goal range is at the 30 into the end zone, right? Because those are those are less than 40-yard field goals. Kickers got to make less than 40-yard field goals at near 100% rate. Can't miss those. Can't miss those. You just can't miss those. And he missed 2 of them. Who else do you think what do you want me to do? I can't even be mad at the team for having the dude on the roster because this is the dude we wanted instead of the dude that we thought was going to do this. I don't know what to tell you, man. I don't know what to tell you. The guy's got to make those kicks. The guy's got to make those kicks. You know, oftentimes, reasons why you lose are complicated. Today, not one of those days, unfortunately. You know, it's always interesting, too, when the Browns lose and people decide to push whatever agenda they're on, because I saw people out here, the quarterback was terrible. Okay, you just want the Browns to cycle through quarterbacks because you want to see Shador, right? But that wasn't what went wrong in this game. Kickers suck. Hey, you can never trust kickers, man. You can't trust. You can't trust. This is why I don't trust kickers. This is why I don't fall in love with kickers. This is why I always say, you got to just move on from them when it's time to move on. And this is the unfortunate part. You did that. You handled this correctly. It is what it is. The good news is you went toe-to-toe with a really good football team today. Your defense looks like it's back to that high level of play that you expected. And the offense doesn't look terrible. So maybe you have a chance to upset the Ravens next week if they come out a little slow. Maybe you have a chance to win more games in the early part of the season than people anticipate. You know, what I saw today was a good defense and a better offense than last year. It's about average league-wide, but, you know, it's a better offense than last year. Certainly. It's just got to make field goals, man. You don't play this way. Got to make field goals. And you know what you didn't do today? You didn't make the damn field goals. That's tough. That's tough. I legitimately don't know what to do. Like, I don't know what to tell you. I legitimately don't know what to tell you, man. This is one of those losses where it's like, hey, man, you just lost. Shit didn't go your way. People blaming Kevin Stefanski for the kicker missing the kick. How? How does that work out in your mind to be something reasonable? How is this Kevin's fault that the kicker didn't make the kick? Like, honest to God, I can't even blame Andrew for the kicker missing the kicks. Because if I would be sitting here blaming Andrew Berry if it were Dustin Hopkins that missed those kicks. But it wasn't. They cut Dustin Hopkins. They legitimately did what we asked them. So I can't sit here and blame Kevin Stefanski. I can't blame Andrew Berry. This is the fucking guy you wanted. Y'all wanted this guy to kick the field goals this week. He went out there and he missed them. Who are we really blaming? Other than Schmidt. Y'all weren't in chat in the comment section talking about we need to sign this guy. Y'all wanted Schmidt. This is Schmidt. Hell, I was fine with it. He misses the kicks. I don't know what to tell you. Sometimes shit just happens in life, y'all. Like, truthfully. Sometimes stuff just happens. And this was one of the most stuff just happens games I think we have seen in quite a while. I think there's a lot of positive takeaway. Again, the defensive line at the end of this game dominated. You held Joe Burrow to 30 passing yards. That's 2023 level Browns stuff. Like defensively, that's 2023 Browns level stuff. And keep in mind, you held Joe Burrow to 30 passing yards on a beautiful day. It wasn't like it was raining and that's nobody could throw the ball. Yeah. It shouldn't come down to a kick. What does that mean? Trey, T. Bray, 65. What does that mean? It shouldn't come down to a kick? Like what, football games just aren't going to be close sometimes? You're telling me no game in the history should ever come down to a field goal ever? That makes no sense. That makes no sense. That's just some shit you say because you want to just say shit. That makes no sense. Sometimes it's going to come down to a field goal, and if it comes down to a field goal, all you can ask is that you're not asking your kicker to make a 50-yard field goal. The Browns literally did that. They did not ask this field goal kicker to make a long one. Well, we dropped the ball. Well, if we would have caught those passes on that drive before we got another shot, we would have been in range to kick another short field goal. Like at some point, the kicker's got to make a short field goal, man. Again, if it were a 50-yard field goal, I'd be feeling you on this. It doesn't make sense when it's a 30-yard field goal, y'all. Like, what are we talking about? You outplayed them. You got to the goal line. You asked your kicker to make a 20-yard field goal. That's what you're supposed to do. That's it. I don't know what to tell you. Doc said too early to say the offense is better. Failed to exceed 20 points, but which is the ceiling this year. I think that's box score watching, if I'm being honest with you. You watch this game, you know the offense looked better than it did last year. Like straight up. If you were watching this game play to play, you know what it felt like last year. This did not feel like that. That's just my opinion. Ray Rag says, if anyone is saying we shouldn't have went for it, they did it earlier and it got dropped. They messed up going for it and kicking it, so they had no choice but to try that. A short field goal is a better chance. These aren't just short field goals too, Ray Rags. These are automatic range field goals. He missed the extra point. Somebody else brings that up. Like, you can't win football games if you can't just plan or account for your kicker not doing his job, man. Like, again, if you're asking him to be great at his job, I would get it. But you weren't asking Andrew Schmidt to be great today. You weren't. You were asking Andrew Schmidt to be a regular kicker today. You weren't asking for greatness at any point from the guy. Easy, makeable field goals for a professional field goal kicker. We're talking about an extra point and a super short field goal. This isn't when Ohio State fans got mad at a teenager because he didn't make a 60-yard field goal. This is well within the range and expectation of a professional football kicker. I don't know what to tell you, man. I don't know what to tell you. Someone said, I bet Hopkins wouldn't have missed them. That's got to be an obvious troll. 0 out of 10 troll attempt. 0 out of 10. Weak. But seriously, you got to ask guys to do their job, man. You got to ask guys to do their job. And at some point, the kicker's got to do his job. That's really it. Everybody on the team knows it. Someone said once Judkins gets acclimated, Ford and EW dancing. Yeah, I'm excited for Judkins and to see what Judkins and Dylan Sampson look like together. Like, again, I get it. People are trying to be fair and look at this from a whole team perspective. And look, I'm Mr. Be Fair. I'm Mr. Don't just look at this one play, right? I've done this for years. I'm telling you, 36-yard field goal, you got to make those, brother. You got to make those. 36 yards? You ask a professional to kick a 36-yard field goal, you expect them to make it. You know, I would be more understanding of those takes if this were a 56-yard field goal, man. It just wasn't. 36-yard field goal and an extra point. You got to make, those are both areas where you expect your kicker to be 100% all year. It just is what it is. You gotta have everybody do their job. Defense didn't show up all game. They did their job, though. Hell, you could even say the offense did their job, right? Went point for point with Cincinnati. Cincinnati did not score any unanswered points in this game. Think about that. Think about that. Like, as much as people are like, oh, the offense didn't look good, Cincinnati didn't score a single unanswered point in this game. The Browns, every time Cincinnati scored, came back right back at them and scored. They answered. They answered. Hell, the offense did a good enough job to force a tie. The kicker just didn't make the extra point. The offense did a good enough job to go up late in this game. The kicker just didn't make a 36-yard field goal. I don't know what to tell you. Sins killed you. Says Fannin looked good, Carson looked good, Sampson looked good, offense looked smoother, defense looked dominant. It's always the kicker, man. Hey, again, when you try to win like Pittsburgh, you got to understand how important that having Chris Boswell has been for them. I've said this for a while. I'm one of the only people saying this, but I bet it gets more popular as time goes on. Look at the margins Pittsburgh plays with and look at Chris Boswell's numbers over the years. Chris Boswell is more responsible for the reason that the Steelers don't go under 500 than anybody that they actually give the credit to, right? They give all the credit to Mike Tomlin, and Mike deserves some of the credit. But Chris Boswell, being a consistent field goal kicker, has allowed them to play low margin football. But when you don't have a good field goal kicker and you're playing low margin football, this is how you get shot. This is how you get shot. This is what it is. This is what it is. You lost the game. You just got to come back next week. Play well and hope you got a field goal kicker that can make the points and hope that your defense can keep this game close. Hope that you got to just play better. And the thing that's sad about this one, I think the Browns did everything they could to win this game except make field goal kicks. And that's what this game was decided on. Since he never took it from you, since he never took over this game, since he was just handed this dub. And they know it. The Bengals aren't going to be thrilled about how they played today. Like Joe Burrow, does that look like a guy who's thrilled about 30 passing yards in the second half? No, he's not thrilled with this. They understand they got away with murder today. But they got the win. Browns didn't. When you play football like this, you got to win on those small margins. Browns did not win on those small margins. That's tough. That's tough. Yeah. Somebody said it in the chat. 4 drops. 2 got intercepted, 2 missed field goal kicks. That's the game. And honest to God, the interceptions didn't even matter. People are pointing to these interceptions. Both times the Browns forced the Bengals off the field without scoring points. The interceptions never ended up mattering in this game. The only thing that did end up mattering was field goal kicking. It's tough. That's tough. I don't think our wide receivers were bad. I don't agree with that analysis at all. But you have 4 guys and 60 yards or more, 50 yards or more? That's good. Yeah, 4 guys, 50 plus yards. I mean, that's a pace for 50 over 17. That's a pace for 4 wide receivers to go over 800 yards. That's good. I think the wide receivers were fine in this game. Yeah, I don't get that one. 60 yards is on pace for 1,000 yards. If you get 60 yards a game, you'll get 1,000 yards by the end of the season. So acting like a 60-yard game by a wide receiver is bad. It's nuts. How'd I feel about Mason today? I thought Mason, he got welcomed to the league a little bit at the beginning of that game, but he really came back strong at the end of it. I thought that happened with Carson Schlesinger too. I thought Schlesinger got beat up a little bit early on in that game. Then he kind of got the feel for it, started to calm down a little bit, and really played some excellent football down the stretch. I feel really good about the rookie class after watching this game. Dylan Sampson was the big question mark for me, right? I talked about it all offseason. I'm not sure about Dylan Sampson. I'm not sure what Dylan's going to do. Dylan was excellent in this game, and if the Browns win this game, I'm spending 25 minutes talking about Dylan Sampson looking like a baller. Looking like a baller. Like, is what it is. Is what it is. Someone said the tip drill interceptions. I don't think those were drops, though. I don't think those are going to be categorized as drops. Those were low and away. Those are not like balls that should be tipped up in the air. I don't know, man. Those were just strange, bro. I don't blame anybody for those interceptions, if I'm being real with you. Those go under firmly the category of chaos. Somebody just told me to go to hell. Why should I go to hell? What did I do to you? Damn. Wait, because I talked about how good Dylan Sampson was in this game? Strange, bro. Strange behavior. But really, I thought Dylan Sampson was excellent in this one. Harold Fainer. I mean, you saw everything that they liked about Harold Fainer. Hopefully in about a month we get to see Quincy and everything they liked about him. The rookie class looked good. Obviously, we didn't get to see Dylan or Shador, but we saw Dylan look good in the preseason. We seen Shador look good in the preseason. There's no reason to be down on them. Unfortunately, your kicker wasn't one of those people we were talking about. Look great. I would love if we were talking about Andrew Schmidt. Look great. We would have won the fucking game. But hey, man, that's just not what happened today. And that's tough. All right. I think it's about time to wrap up. Yeah, the thing about those interceptions, too, was not only did the ball bounce in a very unexpected way, it bounced into the hands of a Bengals DB immediately. And then the Bengals DB made the catch, which is very difficult. Again, man, you're not going to see two interceptions like that in a game for the rest of the season for anybody this year. That was just extraordinarily unlucky. I don't know what to tell you. Yeah, those interceptions, they're not even going to be categorized as drops. We're not talking about it hit Jerry Jeudy's hands, bounced up in the air. No, both of those interceptions were they went down, tried to dive, make a catch, and then the ball just ricocheted in a ridiculous way right to the DB. Both times. You're never going to see anything like that. That's just strange. And that's not a good reason, me calling those not drops when they're not going to be categorized as drops. It's not a good reason to tell another human being that they should go to hell, by the way. You should really think about that if you're religious and you said that. Yeah. Q, the INT was Joe's fault. He threw the ball. I don't know. We'll look at the all 22. If people were open and that's when he threw the interception, we'll look at the all 22, right? We got time for that. But yeah, man, is what it is. Yeah, I mean, if you would have walked into this game and said, hey, Joe Flacco's going to throw for 290 and Joe Burrow's only going to throw for 111, you'd be pretty happy with that. But that's what happened. Browns missed an opportunity to win a game here because of field goal kicking. It's frustrating. It sucks. But got a game next week. Hopefully you can upset the Ravens. Go to heaven, not now, but eventually. I'm about to say, dog, telling somebody to go to heaven also feels like a threat. I'm just going to be honest with you. I know it wasn't a threat, but yeah, I know it wasn't a threat, but yeah, it does sound kind of crazy. Let's look at some scores around the league, then we'll peace out, man. Let's look at some scores around the league. All right. NFL Panthers got beat down or getting beat down by the Jaguars 3-23. Titans, Broncos tied at 3 at the end of the first quarter. Seahawks, 49ers tied at 7 at the second quarter. We got the Lions, Packers here. Packers up 7 with the ball. Texans versus Rams. Nick Chubb going to get the ball a lot in that game. We'll see how that goes. And then if we're looking at completed games, Buccaneers sneak by the Falcons off a missed Young-Ho Koo field goal. And they win 23-20. Bengals, Browns lose 17-16. We all just watched that here. Colts 33-8 on the Dolphins. Daniel Jones 22 of 29 for 272 yards and a touchdown. Raiders 20 over 13 for the Patriots. So Raiders won by 7. Geno Smith with 362 yards and a touchdown. Jeez. Kyler Murray 21 of 29, 163 yards, 2 touchdowns. Then the Cardinals win 20-13 over the Saints. Pittsburgh squeaks it out over the Jets 34-32. And the Giants lose to the Commanders 6-21. That's the scores around the league right now. It's also something else I want to check in on, which is our bets that we made on Sleeper. So let's pull that up real quick. Let's see how we did picks wise. We had some picks coming into this game. So Joe Burrow over a yard. We got that one. We didn't get the Harold Fainin anytime touchdown. We also didn't get the Jamar Chase anytime touchdown. And I do believe we got the 5 Jerry Jeudy receptions here. So 2 out of 4 today, but no biscuit. 2 out of 4, but nothing, no biscuit here, unfortunately. Didn't get the Fainin anytime touchdown. Didn't get the Chase anytime touchdown. If you want to use the Sleeper app, make sure you use my code WORSTTAKE. Get a 100% match up to $100 when you use the promo code WORSTTAKE. But that's been it. We're going to talk about this game for a long time. We're going to talk about this game all week. Then we're going to move on to the Baltimore game. Should be interesting to see Joe Flacco's return to Baltimore. But yeah, week 1, I mean, you outplayed Cincinnati. You should have beat Cincinnati, but you don't make your field goals, so you lose to Cincinnati. It's how it goes sometimes in the NFL. But y'all have a great day. Have an even better night. Peace.